Hey, welcome back to MP Down's Garage. We got another one. I'm at the Road One tow yard here in Chula Vista. Picked up a Suzuki, I don't know, 600. I forgot the model number, but I guess we'll figure it out once we get there. Once we load it up and see what we got. Be right back. Well, there she is, guys. Loaded up on my trailer. And I do believe, I think this was out of state. Looks like you got a DOD decal on there, so somebody in the military had it. Anyways, there she is, my project. Yeah, it's gonna take some work, but yeah, I'm always up for the challenge. And just hope it fires up. We'll go through all that standard stuff, compression, spark, fuel, etc. Saw a lot of like weird wiring going on back there, but we'll see what's going on. See you home. All right, guys, got her back here at my house. It's in my where I got a 2-post lift here. I just happened to move my quad over there, so here it is. Pretty beat. So yeah, this wasn't a tow yard, so I'm sure it was impounded or just, I have no idea what happened, but you can see, so it's missing the grill inserts here. It's got some broken plastic here. I can fix stuff like this. Some cracks here, I think. Let's look at this. That's what's going on in here. Yeah, there's fluid in there. So, cooling system's not leaking. That's a good sign. How's the oil? Oh, it's a cap. I don't have a zip tie on me right now. Let's check the oil down there. It looks like the guy, whoever had this, was primer happy here. I mean, just primered everything. I mean, look at this. Pretty sure all of this is supposed to be silver. Looks like it's supposed to be red. This is all gonna be, I'm gonna redo all that. But you can see, look at the primer, like everywhere. Let's see. That's good. Caliper still there. So I had to bungee cord all this down so it didn't fall off. Battery is taking charge. CDI is there. Got your fuses here. Had to bungee cord the tank down because that's also not mounted down. I did buy a front seat for it on eBay. The back seat is sitting on that over there. And this was sitting on the ground when I picked it up at the tow yard, and which is good because that's complete there. It's got this switch here, and if you hit that switch, so yeah, all that wire is janky. We're gonna fix all that. I can see all that, but I just don't want to disconnect anything yet. Rear tires, gonzo. What else we got here? So the shutoff valve is right down in there. Just didn't want all this flapping around in the wind when I was driving. So it looks like the plastic that goes here is gone on both sides. So I think this is where it has some kind of storage. I'll figure that out when I look at the parts diagram. So I ordered a replacement ignition switch, which comes with a gas tank lock cover, and also lock that goes somewhere here for this seat, I believe. I don't know. And that's supposed to arrive on Saturday. Look at this, man. Well, that looks like a hot wire there. Nice, because we gotta figure that out. Actually, that wiring looks like house wiring, so I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to be there. It's good. Got the front caliper. I know the front brakes are you need to be bled or something, because that's full, but it's not. I think it's full. Let's look. Well, yeah, let's go fluid. I can see it moving, but yeah, that does nothing. Clutch is a cable, and that excuse me, that works. High-low switch, left, right, horn. What has it got? So it looks like it has 29,652 miles on it. Cluster looks okay. Yeah, I got a part of the mount's broken here, but yeah, I'll figure it out. No windshield. Figure that out. I'm gonna strip all this down anyways. Oh, what's the dude thinking, man? Black paint. It's like all over here. Still haven't decided what color I'm gonna make this. Definitely not red. I just hate red bikes. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that stripe looks like it's painted on there. But yeah, well, there she is. So really I gotta wait for the ignition switch to come in so I can swap all that out, and then turn the key and see what we got working, and see if it actually turn it over. Oh yeah, the silencer is missing, but we don't need that to start it up. I'm in the backyard. Don't care if the neighbors hate me. But let's see what the rear brakes. Yeah. Yep. Also not working. Well, gotta love it when you see wires just hanging there. It's definitely a project, and gonna need some love. Yeah, front tires savable. Yeah, I kind of like it. I had a Triumph and a BMW. They're like 11 or 1200 cc. It's just beasts. Honestly, I don't need that much power. The 600, yeah, I think this will work for me. We'll see. I've never been on the freeway, just driven on down the street. I don't know. I got my license, but I'm chicken. Let's see. What are the kind of markings we got here? I think I saw something. Right there. So there's the VIN and the model. RF600r. Okay. Enough of that intro. We'll dig into it, but I'm gonna wait for that other part. I might power wash it just to get it prepared, or not. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I'll see you in the next video. Actually, not the next video. See you in a little bit. It's probably gonna be seconds for you, but it might be weeks for me. Well, you gotta check this out. I was just kind of looking through, taking the bungee cords off, kind of pulled the tank up to kind of see what's going on here. So the carbs are, they're definitely doing something here. They had this off, and I said, you know what? I thought, well, I started looking at these wires and going back here. It goes right to the solenoid, starter solenoid. So I just jumped both of them, and look at that. This thing is totally hot wired. And then check this out. Huh. Trip out on that. Turn that on. Huh. Weird. What if this thing was a stolen bike? Interesting. What if I throw some ether down that, it'll start up? Oh yeah. All the switches work. Horn don't work. Directionals don't work. Wow. Okay. I don't know. I should spray some ether and see what happens. Well, what I got to lose? So, check this out, guys. So I did put a little ether. I could hear it popping off. I ran out because I don't have any more. But I just dumped like a little bit of gas in each one of these. Let's see what happens. Oh, battery now. No, this popped off, dude. This thing's on run. So it looks like it was my wire connection, so I just did it both together and just clamped it. Now this thing really spins over. Yeah, battery's dead though. Trip out. Okay. This is a runner. So, check this shit out, guys. So I let the battery charge. It's like fully charged right now. And the thing lit up. I put a little bit more gas in here. Let's see what happens. Definitely got to replace the battery. Oh man, this is a runner. So yeah, I gotta take honestly I probably can get it. I think the carburetors are fine. Just remove the bowls, get the jets out, make sure the pilots are clean, and you know, hook it back up. And maybe a new battery. I think it's just the connection. Look at that's full. So yeah, this baby's a runner. She's a leaker. Call that fuel. Both sides. I mean, she runs though. Just gotta replace all these hoses. I'm gonna ferret why there's a huge leak down there underneath the carburetors. But runs strong. Alright guys, got all the plastics off, and actually in the plastics was this switch that must have fell off of how you had it hot wired. Anyways, repaired that. This is just temporary until I get the whole ignition switch assembly that I got ordered. Also for the gas tank over there. She's leaking all over the place as far as fuel. So my guess is on the back side of the carburetors down there. All the fuel hose needs to be replaced, all this stuff. Also disconnected all the wires over here that went to the brake light and whatever back here. You can look at that mess. So we just got to figure out where all these wires go. We're supposed to go, but look at this stuff, dude. Look at that. Anyways, we'll get that sorted out, strip this down, or at least remove these decals and sand it down and reprime. Same with all this stuff, the headlight cover and the fairings as well. Missing those grills, and we'll have to find that somewhere. And this petcock, not 100% sure this is the OEM one. Guess I'll look and see if it has the two bolts to mount that. It was leaking up here too. I don't know if it was here, or but you can tell somebody was in there because two different bolts. No idea if this works, the fuel sender, but I guess I can check that somehow with a ohm meter or something. And yeah, kind of got it apart so I can at least work on it. Start removing all this overspray everywhere. But this here is what shows. So we'll repaint that. I don't think I need to repaint any of this stuff inside because that's all covered. Same back here. I'll probably remove that red stripe down there because plastics are going to be KTM orange. So that, I guess, sand that down, prime and repaint it. What else? So the big test today is that this sucker ran, and it ran. So now I know this fuel pump works because I had fuel in the put a little bit of fuel in the gas tank, so it was pulling it with no problems. It's just leaking everywhere. So we'll resolve that, but that's good. I don't have to mess, I don't have to buy anything there, but you can see a bunch of stuff. It's just, I mean, I don't know what's going on here. I'm assuming some of this goes to the back lights. I need a wiring diagram. And there's something over here too. Just got the brand new battery, so that's why I fired up so easily. Here too. Got some wires cut there, and I gotta look where that hot wiring is going to back here. I think, yeah, this one of them goes here. One then goes to, oh, it goes to the solenoid. Okay, well, I gotta figure this out. But she's a runner. Pretty awesome. Alright, got all the decals off here with my trusty Harbor Freight heat gun. So you can see they primered over all this decal. It's like a raised decal. Same here. Remove that as well. And then this one actually had like some kind of weird pinstriping going all around here. That's all gone. Anyways, so let's see. I still got the front fairings. Yeah, those need to be repaired as well. Gosh, plastics are really bad on here, but repairable for sure. Got to cover all these stupid holes I had over here, They had a big old piece of putty just covering that with duct tape on the backside, and it came off. I'm assuming that's where the front turn signals go, but we'll get that all sorted out. All right, off to the next thing. Well, I just received my seat that was missing from FedEx, and I'm going to recover both of these with the same material so they look exactly the same. Not too bad. I mean, this is nothing. I'm just going to fill that hole up and then put the material over it. We'll probably remove the old one, so it'll just be on top of the foam. But the thing I'm missing is, looks like I'm missing the mechanism there to hold the seat, which is probably the locking mechanism, I'm guessing. Same with up here where this slides in. That whole assembly is missing, so we'll have to figure that out. But at least has a seat now. Getting closer. So next step on this RF is I got to take this off because the ignition is held by two bolts, one here, that actually the heads, when they tighten them on, they break off as a security measure. So we're gonna have to remove this whole top of the triple T and then drill it for the bottom. So it looks like we have to remove the handlebars. Looks like there's probably a bolt in here somewhere, and then this we'll have to remove this nut, and then looks like we have a bolt on one on each side that clamps onto the fork. So let's get to doing that, and then we can get this out, because I have the set coming in today and I really want to sort out this the wiring where I'm not using that janky hot wiring kit there, so we can use ignition again. So let's get on that one. So another thing too, got a pretty good oil leak here, and I can tell it's from the cover here, which I'm not sure if that's a clutch cover or whatever, but anyways, it needs to be removed because I'm doing an oil change anyways, and I want to take this off and repaint it. All this overspray going on here is that'll drive me mad. So another thing to take care of. Alright guys, to remove this nut, this is actually 30 millimeter, and then this has, let me show you here a second here. So these have these little caps, so you focus it on there, so they just kind of fit on top here. I just used a screwdriver and kind of tapped it out, and that reveals this 8 millimeter Allen bolt, which I'm using a wrench to get that off there. So just so to document that, and we'll keep going. Alright, one side done, one more to go. So this bolt here actually has a 14 millimeter nut on the bottom side. That's just to kind of lock it in, but there are threads in the triple. So let's get this one off, and then we'll loosen these bolts, and then we'll get this top triple off. Alright, top triple T is off. Just loosen, I just took these bolts out, two 12 millimeter bolts on each side, and then just kind of put a screwdriver in here to kind of spread it out just a little bit, just to give it a little bit looser here. And then I just tap from down here on both sides slowly, and there it is. And then just disconnect on the harness down there, and she's out. So now I can actually get to these. Yeah, they're broken. Yep. So yeah, we gotta drill those guys out, that one and that one. Let's get to work. All right, finally got this guy out. So yeah, I have to really drill with a bunch of different drill bits, and finally got the head mostly off, and then I just kind of banged it right here on the, I'm not using this switch anyways, so now you can see there. I'll just put some normal bolts in this thing, so just in case in the future we got to do this again. Hopefully not. Okay, now we'll just wait for the new ignition switch. I might just clean this up and then repaint it, and then and that'll be good to go. They're going to reinstall it. So I'm working on this the ignition switch now. So of course the set is a Chinese, but everything's looks good except the pinout's all fucked up, messed up. So I had used my multimeter to look at continuity. So these two, they were hacked together. So these two are together and these two are together, basically hot wiring it. So if you look at these two, that would mean that these two are together and these two, well, no, they're not. So my multimeter shows that the red wire and this black wire, when you turn the switch on, is what the continuity. So it's going to be this and this. So, and also look at the plug. Wrong. Female, male. So I'm going to have to reuse this one, and we just connect it to here. So anyways, Chinese stuff. Always check your pin out. Alright guys, switch is installed. I'm just not understanding here the so these two are the ones that if you jump these, then everything turns on, it's fine. But on the switch, this doesn't do anything. These two at the bottom, I don't know what they're for. Like literally, like I tried to do continuity. If you turn on these, they don't. So not sure, but you can see it's off. And then let's turn the. It's kind of hard doing this one-handed, but there, and everything's on. And so we're good there. Just not 100% sure on what these two wires. You know, I did look at the diagram, and they go to like. One goes to the fuse, and then the other one to, I believe, lights. Lights or something like that. Anyways, well, we'll go with this for now and then see what happens once I start putting stuff back together. Okay, guys, got the top triple all painted up. Of course, it's. And look at that. So I got normal bolts for this, and I just shaved down the whatever collar there so it can actually fit inside of here. So it can fit in the hole there. And I'm going to Loctite it down so it doesn't vibrate loose. Anyways, this will make it easier. This is an 8mm bolt from my Amazon kit of M6, 6mm. So little 6mm bolts, and then got some they're all M6, they're all 6mm. So might as well stick a couple of these in there too for the heck of it. Anyways, we'll get that on there, get it back on the bike, and I can actually move it. Right now I can't because, well, there's no handlebars. Let's get this done. There you go, getting there. Just I painted the nut black, so I've got to let that dry. Already got these done, but I want to kind of wait a little bit. Actually, I want to tighten this down first before I start putting these on. And I got the weight taken off it with I got a jack under there off the front wheel. So getting close. There you go, getting there. Just I painted the nut black, so I've got to let that dry. Also started marking the wires. All these were all cut, and I don't know why the guy did that. Also, there's a relay here, and I have a feeling because you put LED lights, maybe. I'm gonna fix this as soon as I know that it actually works with the turn signals. So got those marked, left and right turn. Same up here. A lot of wiring I fixed in here. I had like house acorn nuts connecting wires here to the coil. Replace those. Made some extensions here for the fuel sender. And then up here, again, these are also taped off. These two here. And so I had to untape them, and then I looked at the wiring color guide, and so these are the left and right turn signals for the front. Not sure why this is jumped, but again, we'll test that out once I get actual turn signals. I better order those up. We might just go aftermarket. This is for the front headlight. Not sure what that one goes to, but again, we'll figure that out. But pretty soon, I want to actually put the air cleaner back on, tighten this down, just because I want to pressure wash all this down before I start painting here. I want to get all this clean, sand the pan and all that. It's just, this guy's gross. It's very dirty. This poor bike was just hammered on. Cleaned up the gauges, looks good. So I'm not sure what went there, but that's all right. Doesn't look too bad. Leave that there. Slowly but surely. One thing I did too is I refixed this thing. This is the positive cable to the solenoid. They had a, like I said, you saw earlier, is the jumper where it was hot wired up to the front here with a switch. Remove that, all the wiring out of there, because it was spliced into here, and then repaired it. And then I got these wires here. I gotta look what that goes to as well. Again, a lot of work going on here, but that was fun actually. And then I removed the caps because they primed over those and clean those off. Once it's painted, you know, I'll have the rubber caps black again. I started actually taking some acetone, took all the overspray, but I'm going to remove, well, especially on the other side because it's all painted on this thing, and I'm going to remove all that stuff off the bike, the paint overspray, and then we'll continue on. Alright guys, got the handlebars back together, triple back on with the ignition switch. And she's all pressure washed, ready for me to tackle it. I got all the grease. There's a lot, like leaking oil. Let me see if we can get below here, under there. It should be grease free. Got a filter to do the oil change, and got here too. The valve cover was just nasty, so now at least it's nice and oil free, dirt free, I guess. And we'll have to take the carbs off, and they'll have to replace all the fuel lines on the bottom. There was a leak, and I also want to check the jets. I'm going to pull the bottom of the carb covers off, and then just check the jets, look at the size, document it, and then go on. This is disconnected. I have a feeling this is maybe part of the ABS or something. I don't know. I'll ask you guys, or put in the comments. So immediately after pressure washing, I always use my compressed air to blow out everything that I can, especially the electrical connectors, but that's a lot better. And then this will also tell me where the leak is, and I know it's on the clutch cover. I got actually a gasket, and I use a gasket maker to seal it off really well, but it's a lot cleaner, and I can work on it. I just hate working on greasy bikes or dirty bikes. Might have to replace these. This doesn't even pull out far enough. Clutch works, but I don't know if that's enough. You can tell, you can see how it doesn't even come up here. I have to sort this out too. Probably. Yeah. Anyways, just another thing to do. And like the last video, I showed that this was all, I marked them. Just don't know why that's jumped. But we'll figure that out as well. So, slowly but surely, she's getting there. At least she's semi-clean, and then I can actually start painting this frame as well. Give it a scuff, throw on some primer, and it's going to get a black, like a satin black. Well, let's continue this project. Alright, pretty much got everything off. It's away from the frame, and I'm going to just start taping it off. And I got some masking, it's like plastic, it's like a plastic bag, but and I'm just going to tie this down so I can get in here. And then I removed this from here so I could actually paint all this in here. I'm going to tape off that decal right there. You can see everything's off of there. I'll give it a, and mostly what's going to be shown is here and up to here somewhere. So that's really what needs to be smooth. I'll take a little bit of sandpaper. This is not that important. That's all covered by plastics. It's just that up here, I wasn't going to paint it, but I guess it bothered me once I take the seat off for whatever reason. Then I'm going to see that. So we'll get that as well. I mean, why not? Got to tape up the carburetors. Tape them all up. And then we'll get to painting. Alright guys, got rid of all the red on the frame. Got the gray primer. Just taped off what I needed to. Yeah, underneath too as well. So I'm gonna take some, probably some 1,000 or whatever, probably 1,000, and I'm gonna just wet sand this here. I'm not worried about the rest of it. It's just like I said, whatever's gonna show. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that here and on the other side as well. And taped up the decal right there. So I'll show you the stuff I'm going to use, the paint. I'm actually use this roll bar stuff. Usually use the engine stuff. It's low gloss. I'm going to try this stuff here. It's roll bar and chassis stuff, so it should be pretty good. So let's get this frame done. Well, there she is, black. So there are some areas where I did take a flashlight and I missed, but they're mainly underneath there, just because, yeah, I should have started at that point, but that's what I did. Anyways, at least there's no more red showing around here. I might pick up another can and touch it up a little bit. I'm thinking of putting, usually what I do is I put like a wheel matte clear coat over that, That's usually what I do. I'm not sure if I want to keep this matte or go with a gloss, because the plastics will all be gloss. I don't know, you know, decisions. But at least I got that rust colored primer off. That was bothering the hell out of me. Anyways, there she is. Not too bad. Alright guys, started to put it back together, you know, as much as I can. So that decal didn't survive. It actually peeled it, so oh well, no big deal. And when that paint is dry, looks pretty good. So I still have to paint these and also the forks. Probably have to get a new chain for that. Not sure. Sprockets look good. I gotta take that red stuff off the rim. Yeah, see, same side. Got the swing. Gotta get the swing arms painted before I start putting stuff over here. So I'm waiting for the plastic piece that comes under here, because, well, it's broken and I don't have any way to mount the rear turn signals on the plastic. So waiting for that so I can get that in there and I can remount the all this stuff, CDI, the battery tray, and all that. This is just kind of loose, just kind of there because I'm gonna have to replace all these lines. And I started looking at the routing, and it wasn't leaking from here. It was leaking from under here somewhere, unless it was leaking there and it was dripping. But yeah, and also look at the screws on the float balls. I swear, can't people just use the right tool? Anyways, they're pretty stripped out. That's gonna be fun. So I'm gonna remove the whole assembly, go through that carburetor. Clutch cover's coming off because that's why I didn't clean all this overspray here, because I'm going to repaint this anyways. And we got a new gasket for this, changed the oil, got the motor mounts back on there, thermostat mount, or thermostat housing mount back on there, and instrument cluster as well. So it's kind of looking like a complete bike there. Kind of looks good naked without the plastics. But yeah, those are going back on. Continue to march. Alright guys, time to work on this swing arm and paint it. I got to remove this rear wheel. I want to do that anyways because I'm having a hard time removing this stuff. I usually use a heat gun, but it's almost like that, you know, like a security sticker. If you try to peel off like your license plate year, and it just falls apart, one of those security stickers, it doesn't like peel off like in one piece. So it's probably gonna be easier, you know, not being so low to the ground and removing this stuff. But let's get this caliper off. Looks like a couple 12s, and I did look already at the chain, and there's no master. So I have a chain tool, but I don't know if I have one that's this big. It's huge. I might have to cut that, you know, one of these links off, just get that chain off, and then go buy a master or something. Should have a master. It's kind of ridiculous that they put this on here without a master. But anyways, caliper, and then just take this bolt out, and this nut and this whole bolt should slide that direction. Let's get that done, get this wheel off, and I'll start prepping out this swing arm. Well, this is a new one on me, guys. I've never seen a wheel that looked like this before. Look at that. No idea what the point, I guess. Easy to get the change out the sprocket, but what the heck? These are like little, almost like they're floats. Like they're empty. I don't know. Anyways, just thought I'd show that, because I've never seen something like that before. Oh, learn something new every day. All right, guys. It's kind of a pain, but the process that I did, and you can see it, man, these rims are really scratched up. I may hit them up with some paint later, but yeah. But anyways, so I hit it with the heat gun, and this is my just a butter knife from the house. In the tip of it here, there's like nothing. Like there's no, it's serrated here, but nothing here. And literally, I was just scraping it off. And no, I didn't create all these scratches. They were there. They were literally underneath all that. Look at that. It's pretty deep. But yeah. And then I just use acetone and a paper towel just to get rid of all that goo. You can use Goo Gone too. I use acetone as long as it doesn't trash the paint. And most like car paints and stuff like that, it's fine. Gotta be careful on some plastics though. But yeah. So that's one side. Got the other to go. Looks like these. Look at these. Slightly grooved. But yeah, you know, it's a project. Moving on. So I ended up having to cut the chain off because of no master. It looked like it's the DID Japan. This is probably the original chain. It's pretty sad. So anyways, got to get myself a new chain. I believe I counted this to be a 106 or 108, something like that as far as links. But yeah, definitely needs to be changed out, and can't really tell, but it's probably a non-O-ring. Well, I don't know, I kind of see something in there. It might be an O-ring chain, but anyways, another thing to buy. Alright guys, time to get this swing arm painted. This is stuff I'm using. It's a Duplicolor. It's a wheel coating. It's actually quite hard stuff. Used it in the past on other projects, but really couldn't say this sticker. The sticker here was actually really bad anyways. Plus it's just tire pressure stuff. Took that out, removed some kind of pegs that are here. Cleaned it all up with grease. Gave it 800 grit sandpaper just to kind of get it flat. You can see some imperfection. They'll probably show up, but that's okay. I'm okay with that. Got both sides, and we'll try to get far in there somewhere. Get some paint in there, and see how this thing comes out. Let's get to painting. Oh, there she is. One day drying. And got down in there too as well, and down at the bottom. Not too chill. Well, you might see it, but yeah, I did like 6 coats, so it was like 10 minutes dry time between. You could see the little bit of like where the rust holes were. Same on this side, but I got to get really close up. But look at the side. Came out really nice. Really nice. So I'm gonna let that dry up a day or two. Get the wheel back on, then I'm gonna start working on the front here, and get those forks looking the same way. I gotta figure out how to get the front wheel off the ground. Take that front wheel off. Still haven't figured that out yet, but you know, it's just those little things. We're moving forward. Yep, for the hell of it, I even polished those guys, because why not? There you go, guys. Wheels back installed. There's the brake caliper mount, and I'll mount the caliper once I clean it. It's pretty grimy, and went out pretty easy. Just this bushing right here, it gets cockeyed a little bit. See, I just stuck like a scraper in between there, and then just straightened it out, and it dropped in, and that's it. So I let that loose because I want to get that chain on there first, but yeah, little progress. I probably might install the chain today, might tomorrow, but yeah, we're getting there. All right, guys, need your advice here. So I went online and I seen that the tension should be 1/2 inch slack. I'm not sure if this is off the ground right now or on the kickstand, but anyways, here I am. I mean, this hard to see, I guess, but is that too tight? This is probably the tight spot on the chain. Or does that look fine? This is the middle of the chain here. Guess I'll back up a bit, kind of see. Is that too tight, or should I put more slack? Thanks, guys. Well, guys, got my decals. A big old RF there, which I think is not used, but it's there. And then we have big old 600, and which goes on the lower fairing. Got the RF600r that goes on the back fairing, plastics goes on. This goes underneath that, and I believe this goes on the front, kind of like next to the headlight. Then you got the Suzuki tank stickers, and I think I got a couple little Suzukis around here somewhere. I don't know, somewhere. Anyways, got a complete set. Just got to work on the plastics in the tank and get those painted, and we'll get those thrown on. So I can either use the 600 or the RF at the bottom. I'm not sure because it's already going to say 600 on the back there. The 600 RF or RF600R. This one right here. So I don't know. Decisions again. So this came from somewhere on the other side of the world, but quality looks pretty good. They're gonna get clear coated over anyways, but I think the biggest thing is the fading part. So hopefully that doesn't fade on me. All right, let's continue working. So I just want to show that I painted this thing. This is actually a part that was missing off. Not only missing, but it was actually broken, all cut back here, and that's where the rear turn signals go, and then the license plate mount goes there. So yeah, it definitely didn't look like this. I actually cleaned it up, and decals had overspray on them, so I cleaned that all up. But I covered it because I didn't want to do like I did last time and put painter's tape over it, and it actually peels it away. So anyway, so that's the flap. This kind of goes towards the front of the bike, and this is the stuff I use here, the SEM bumper coater. Actually, there used to be some other stuff. It smells exactly the same, but they don't make it anymore. And it was called Bumper Black, made by Bondo. So anyways, I got the little strap here to hold whatever paperwork or what have you. So definitely a lot better than when I got it in the mail. So let me show you what that Bumper Black, the can, looks like, which you can't find anywhere anymore. I actually bought like the last some guy that was selling them on eBay. This lasts like 6 cans, probably a couple years ago. But the smell is literally the same as that the bumper coat. So anyways, that's how I restored this guy here. But this actually holds a lot of stuff, so it's a bunch of electronics actually go up here, and battery box, etc. And I can't mount all that stuff without this thing being on the bike. But right now I got the bike frame still wrapped up in plastic because I still want to paint the front fork, so I gotta remove that front wheel and get to doing that first. Once I paint that, then I can go ahead and start assembling all this stuff back together, at least up to where I know I'm missing. I don't have the plastics done, so those have to be painted, cleared, and all that stuff, repaired. Holes, it's pieces of plastic missing, stuff like that. So we'll get that all sorted out. But yeah, they this one also too is kind of cut here, but really the most important part was this thing here, and also the way to hold the license plate. But this actually comes down further, whatever, down here. But I don't know, maybe it's a known issue that it hits the tire or something like that and snaps off. I don't know, but I'm good with this. I was going to return it, but I said, you know what, that's fine. It's probably the best I'm going to get anyway. So let's continue moving. So gotta love having a 2-post lift at home. Check it out, we're off the ground for the front. There we go. So I just extended the front ones here, and then I just put some straps and just strapped it up, or ratcheted it up. So that's good enough just to hold it. I just need it right off the ground, so we can get that front wheel off, get the calipers off, start sanding that front fork down, and then get into some painting again. So it'll be the same color as that swing arm back there. Alright, we're getting there, but this weekend is supposed to be raining, so that kind of sucks. But we'll do what we can. Let's get to work. Alright guys, wasn't too bad. Remove the calipers. Okay, gotta remove that screw out. Anyway, as you can see, look at the condition of these. Gosh, man, partly corroded. So we'll sand those down. And this one I'm probably going to primer up. This metal doesn't look good. Get rid of that military decal there. And then we'll tape off the seals, and then, yeah, we'll get this looking like this one. So I'm just letting those drip dry the brake fluid, because it doesn't matter. I'm gonna bleed those anyways. Same as the backs. I already went ahead and really cleaned off that rear brake caliper, and then hit it with some engine low gloss black. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I already got it all stashed away inside that tote right there. That's where I got my parts. But we'll yeah, oh, that was loose already. So the other side had some kind of like a wire thing to, probably for this cable, but we'll look in the parts diagram and see what that's for. It's probably just missing it, but it's okay. Move these two as well down here, and then we'll get this sorted as well. It's supposed to rain, so anyways, tomorrow. So I wanna, well, tomorrow morning anyway. It's supposed to clear up in the afternoon, and then all day Sunday and Monday, but I wanted to get it to really dry for a couple at least a day, so then I can get this back together. I've got to remove all that red striping on the wheel as well. And look at the bearings inside there. So I did buy some all new brake pads, front and rear, because the rears were like, I mean, almost to the metal. Not quite, but almost to the metal. So I'm gonna say those ones would probably be the same thing. Anyways, while I'm in there, I might as well, get the safety stuff out of the way. Keep going. All right, guys, this is the first pass. Oh, smooth. So what I'm using here is a palm sander, 6-inch, and this is a 220 grit. And you can see the difference there. This is pretty much what it looked like before to that. It's done a bare metal, so yeah, I'm gonna primer this guy before I paint it. So get that gray primer, and I just wiped it down, so I've got some other areas to hit, like right here. I mean, a lot of stuff's on the inside of the wheel. You're never gonna see it. It's gonna be looking like that. But yeah, that's progress. But yeah, this is actually, it's a nice, I got this Husky from Home Depot. I used to have a Harbor Freight one. It was really loud, and it really vibrated a lot. This thing it's made of like some kind of a plastic or whatever, and it's not even that loud. And look, it barely vibrates. It's pretty comfortable to use. So I recommend for sure. But that's what I bought this specifically for, the plastics, because I got a lot of work to do on the plastics. Are really bad. All right, guys, all primered up and looking pretty good. So it's starting to get dark now, and I want to make sure I got this primer done so it can set up here. It looks like it's going to be raining tomorrow morning, so I guess in the afternoon I can start doing the silver paint, the wheel silver paint. And we'll do like the back. The rear swing arm, we'll throw on like 6 coats if we can. Hopefully the weather acts right. So anyways, yeah, that's where all that corrosion was and pitting. So looks pretty smooth to me. So before we paint, once this sets tomorrow, we'll all right, guys, I'm working on the front brakes, and I got this caliper, the rod that holds the brake pads in there on this one, but geez, this one's stripped. I even like heated it up and everything. Man, that sucks. That means I'm gonna have to drill that out. Man, this is probably gonna mess up those threads over here that actually hold the cap on. I don't know. Yeah, not happy about that. Anyways, great. All right, guys, just to show you what I'm doing here. So this is the first coat. Really light spray. So you just want it to tack up, and I'm just using this extension to right inside that hole, the axle hole, to kind of spin it around. Make sure I get all even coats here. And I used 2000 grit dry. I didn't do wet. It got it really smooth before we sprayed, and then wipe the dust off. And so every 10 minutes we're gonna do a coat here. That's the first one. So we'll just continue going until we get, I don't know, 6, 7, 8, I don't know, coats. We'll see how it comes out. All right, guys, this is probably about 6 coats. Yeah, I just stopped counting, but looks pretty good. I mean, there was some kind of splattering coming out of the spray. You can kind of see it, I think. I don't know if you can see that, but just a little bit. And I can see it. It's coming out of the can, so I try to shake it really well, but I don't know. Well, definitely better than having that corroded. Looking really good. I'll let that dry up. I'm probably gonna let that dry up for a few days before I start reassembly, because I got to deal now with the one of the brake pad pins. stripped out. I mean, I gotta figure out how to get that thing out. But yeah, always when you start taking stuff apart, you're gonna find something new. Let's move on. Alright guys, so priority on painting plastics, etc., is to get the gas tank and the front fender done first, because the other pieces can be done, you know, I can slap everything else together and then those can be the last pieces to put on. But I need the gas tank, well, to run the motorcycle, and so I'll start with these two. I only bought like 1 can of KTM factory orange, and we're going to start with just 1 can, see how it goes, because I'm pretty sure I'll use at least a can, well, probably a can for both the fender and the gas tank. We'll see. Plus I got 2K clear primer and all, but you can see what I'm working with. Look at this. So I'm gonna fix that dent there. I mean, I started to sand a little bit around here. Now I'm trying to get all these scratches out and nicks and all that stuff first. You can see it's, dude, I don't know what the guy was thinking, but anyways, yeah, would you scrape this off with a screwdriver, the decal? Anyways, we got to get this all sanded down and primered. Anyways, that's like the priority, so that's kind of where I'm at this point. Let's get the sanding. And anyways, using that again, the palm sander works great. Well, there she is, all sanded down. Got the grit to 220. Got rid of all the that's nothing. All the scratches are gone. And big area where here I just kind of sanded all the sides. It just had gunk paint, and I removed the filter and also the level sender. And there was well, check this out. I had to fish this out with a hanger. This was inside of it, and this. It's like I don't know, some siphoning tube. The failed siphoning attempt. But anyways, that's all sanded. Now it's ready for primer. I gotta get some primer there because of that metal that's now showing. So let me tape that up, and then we'll primer it, at least to protect it so it doesn't rust. Well, trying something different here. I sealed it with well, yeah, I got some runoff. I gotta sand that down, but I sealed it with some rust encapsulator, so you can see all the bare metal turn black. So that's good. That'll never rust. And I don't know, never did that before. And we'll sand, get that smooth right here, all that. I don't know, it's weird. It's just it looks like the, I mean, it goes on clear, so I don't know what that light's black and running down. But anyways, I'm gonna sand that all flat. You can see a little bit of a drip there, but anyways, it's sealed. You can see even the tabs there turn black, and I still have that little tiny dent, and there's another one here somewhere. Where you at? Right there. That one right there. I gotta fix. But I don't know. Well, main reason is because I ran out of some primer that I was using. Like I used it on the forks. I ran out. Well, I didn't run out. It's just not enough. And I didn't want to leave this overnight with that bare metal, because that'll rust. Anyways, well, see how it dries up tomorrow. It's already getting dark, so we'll continue on this tomorrow. See ya. So now I'm cleaning off the rear tail light, and you can see there's a bunch of overspray on here. I actually used some acetone, but first I tested it. I want to make sure that it was okay for the plastic, and start cleaning the bottom of it, and yeah, the lens seems to be okay. So you got to be careful with this stuff. You don't want it to starting to melt the plastic, which I've seen before, but it seems to be safe for this. So I'm going to continue on this. You can see I started taking it off here as well. I could just wet sand this and then repolish it, but we'll clean it up first and see what the condition is. If there's scratches and stuff like that, then that's what I'm going to do. Kind of looks like there's some up here, but we'll see. Yeah, you can kind of catch it with my fingernail, but we'll go with the acetone first, and then we'll continue from there. And then probably gotta clip all these wires and just redo it, because look at this. Anyways, more to work on. Well, there you go. Acetone cleaned, and I haven't even polished it yet. And I also snipped off all these wires back here. I know I got to get some kind of grounding clip on this side on these. I removed it. They were just shoved wires underneath the little mount here. I mean, real ghetto stuff. But this is the piece of the harness that was connected to this craziness here. And we'll get it wired correctly. You can tell this is your license plate, and it's already matching here, so it's probably ground, and it's probably that right there. So we'll get this sorted out, and then before I mount it up, we'll polish this up, probably wet sand it. I can really see some little bit of scratches here, and then polish it, and it'll look good as new. So I got my wheels also, well, my front anyways, taken apart. Took the front brakes off, the rotors and all that, cleaned it up. There's a bunch of corrosion in here. I'm gonna repaint these. If that's gonna bother me. I removed the red stripe, but look at all this. I don't know, how do your wheels get that bad? I don't get it. But again, I'm gonna get some wheel black paint, and then I'll coat it with some gloss clear, which is also made for the wheel, so it'll be nice and hard. And then I'm going to do the orange stripe, but the right way, not that straight stuff. You have to get the curved stuff, so it actually goes with the curve. I mean, it was like, I don't know. Anyways, tire looks decent, so I'm going to keep that one. I'm going to get the rear tire. I'll just get the same Dunlop for the Dunlop Sport Max, looks like there, for the rear. So I have matching tires. And yeah, there's the front headlight. Remember, I had a sticker over here, got rid of all the goo, and then there was some overspray here. Same thing, acetone, cleaned it up, and looks pretty good. But yeah, it's raining today. I can't paint today, so it'd be too humid, and the temp too is kind of cool, so I don't like to paint in this kind of weather, because it just doesn't come out right. But it gives me time to actually do the other stuff that I was going to do anyways, but later. And then I still got to paint. I still got to sand down all the plastics. But they're, like I said, the priority was that front fender and that fuel tank. Yeah, it's weird, because this is actually some kind of from actually the reaction of the encapsulator, but it's like flat, and it's like. But anyways, I'm gonna sand this, just give it a little, make it more flat, and then before I prime it up. And I don't know, maybe I'm just gonna keep that little tiny dent. It's so tiny, and well, I guess it's the character of the bike, and it's orange, so it probably won't show very well anyways. There's the big old one right here. looks like they had some Bondo here. I don't know, man. I got some Bondo. I might do it. I don't know. Just depends on my mood that day. Let's keep going. So here's the front fairing, and I got all that sticky residue off of there. Yeah, it was on this side. Had like a skull or something like that. So you can see what I'm working with. Look at this. This paint overrun, holes everywhere. So a lot of these holes I'm gonna have to I'll just Bondo them in. I'm gonna have to fix that one too. But you can see also this is missing, this whole corner. You can see it looks like that. I'll probably just, I got some spare plastic. I'm just gonna cut off, and I've done this before. You know, we'll just put another piece of plastic there and finish it in. But yeah, you can see there's some sprinkles up there. I was gonna start sanding, but I don't know if I can. If it keeps raining, it's kind of messed up my day. But anyways, this is my next thing I gotta sand down. Alright guys, gotta love it. So I'm doing the sanding now, and dude, there's like stickers underneath here, and that's gonna be a pain because it clogs up the sanding surface. Anyways, I got some stuff here. I gotta do some plastic stapling, the hot staples. But yeah, this is gonna take a while. But at least the rain lifted, so I can at least get a little bit done here. All right, there she is, ready for all the repairs I got to do, and then we can primer it. So yeah, all that black paint's gone, and also the decals that were all over the place. So yeah, next to do all the other fairings. But yeah, this must have been a replacement, or it had a blue front fairing on it. Wow, look at this. I believe this is the right fairing. Definitely seen better days. Eesh, I don't know. Look at that. Pretty bad shape. That's the right side. That's what connects them all together. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what we can do. Alright guys, this is what I'm left with. Just whatever I can actually sand. Can't really get inside of there. Have to take that by hand. I gotta repair that. At least it's showing me the stuff that I need to repair. So look at these holes. Look at all this Bondo. But that's alright. I'm gonna use Bondo too, so broken there too. Some weird. I'm gonna see how that connects to the other, or if it does, even to another piece of plastic. Yeah, and I gotta remove that piece inside there. But you know, I'm not sure. But gotta work with what I got. So that's where I start. That's where I started with. So all that black paint is just, it's really caked on there, and it's like, God, it's terrible, horrible work. Anyways, let's keep going. Oh guys, check it out. I actually got it out. Look at that. So I actually used a Torx bit that actually didn't even fit in. I couldn't. It was like almost like I needed a half size in between, and I just smacked it in there, and it kind of really, you could see it deformed the top here, and I was, well, afraid. I mean, there's nothing else I can do, right? It was kind of like, this either works or I get a new caliper. So anyway, smacked it in there. Had PB Blaster in there, and then I heated it up on both sides, with some MAP gas, which is well, I put it away, and then I was able to get it twist just a little bit, and then I just would go back and forth, tighten, loosen, tighten, loosen, tighten, loosen more, tighten, loosen, tighten, loosen. I just kept doing that, and then I would put more PB blaster, more heat, and I just kept doing that, and then until it finally, the head pretty much was probably at 1/3 of this out, and then by that time it was able to unscrew itself out easily. So yeah, well, we'll see. I put a lot of heat to this thing, so you can see it's still even warm, and that was about a few minutes ago. So it's holding all that heat in there, and hopefully the seals aren't fucked up. Otherwise I'm going to have to rebuild it, or I didn't crack anything by whatever. But it kind of is what it is. Kind of had to do what I had to do, and pull this apart once it cools off, because I don't want to touch it right now, it's too hot. And then we'll well, I'm going to paint it anyways, mount it probably, and then just see what happens, and then go from there. Still kind of torn if I'm going to do this back in black or do it in orange, and then just coat it with some wheel gloss clear coat. I'm kind of torn. These are really going to show up in the front, so I think it'd be pretty bitchin' if they're the KTM orange. But anyways, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. All right, just glad we got that guy out, and I got 2 more pins actually on the way from Amazon. Yeah, we'll replace both of that pin and the other pin on the other one. So there you go. Yeah, so look at that. Even pulling the pin out, look at that. I took vice grips and some PB blaster to get out, so look at that. That's pretty rusty. But I also too, when I was heating this up, look what I did. I burned the boot. So that's gonna have to be replaced, otherwise water's gonna get in there. So anyways, it's out. Threads look decent, and yeah, what a pain, but it is what it is. So doing some hot staple repairs on my plastics. This is one of the grills that I just bought. Didn't know that it had all these cracks and shit, I guess from heat. Anyways, there's one there and there and there. It really looks like that's heat. That melted. Anyways, I'll sand all that stuff down, get it flat, and yeah, it'll look like it wasn't there, but still, that sucks. That's even there. But the winner of the staple award is the one of the fairings. Look at that. I mean, it's cracked everywhere. So I gotta stiffen up the plastic before I start like repairing this stuff here, and especially around here, because if that flexes too much, all that Bondo's gonna crack, and I gotta fix that hole there. So I kind of stiffened it up here and here, so when I fill it here, then it should stay together. The rest seems okay, but yeah, you can see here's the other side. Look at that Bondo already started cracking. I started force cracking it I didn't want to lose stuff down there, but yeah, so this whole area was really bad. So I don't know what happened here, but you can see that the groove that used to go all the way down here, they filled it with Bondo. And on the other fairing, I tried to actually see if I can peel it out, but that stuff's stuck to the plastic so well, it's gonna look worse. So I'm just gonna go ahead and clean it, finish it off, more Bondo, and same down here, just do it flat, and then we'll put that stripe down there. I got some like carbon fiber stripe that's going to go down along that. Was going to put it in the groove, but it's not there anymore. And I think this is enough staples for this panel. But anyway, that's what I'm doing. That's the first thing I wanted to do, is just get all these, you know, so it doesn't crack anymore, because this will flex. And yeah, and if you're using Bondo, you can't have flex. And then on the front fairing, I have some stuff in there too. I saw a couple cracks in there. I just want to go ahead and put some staples in there as well. But that should do it with the staples. Then the next I got to get some Bondo. I thought I had some, but it was years since I used it, and it was dried up. So, all right, let's keep going. Well, decided to go ahead and paint these guys KTM orange. The other one's like way over there, and then I got the rear right here. It's all primered up using that PJ1 primer, and we hit it up with that the PJ1 KTM orange tomorrow. We'll let it dry overnight. I'll go ahead and shoot this tomorrow when I get home from work. And the only things we really wanted to hit it with that 2K clear, but you got to use it up right away. And my tank, I'm actually going to fix those dents, and I don't have any Bondo, so gotta wait till tomorrow to do that. And so I guess to do it right, I really want to try to protect it from as far as like brake fluid or whatever. I just want some protection on top of the paint. So anyways, we'll get to paint this tomorrow. All right guys, she's all primered up, and just did a what grit did I use? 600 or something like that, I don't know, 800 grit, and I just wet sanded it, got all the trash that I could get out of it, because yeah, I'm spraying outdoors, so it came out pretty smooth. It's flat, but it was a big dip there, so and that's in the front, so I don't know if that's really noticeable, but it doesn't matter, I don't care. And this is not a big dent now, you can kind of see that. Did miss one tiny dent here, but I didn't see that until I actually primered it. And the other dent is right here, kind of see it, not really, so that means that probably won't even see it once we get this thing painted up. So this is actually the driver's view on this side, so this is fine. And then that one you probably won't, it's in the front anyways. So anyways, we'll see how it goes. We'll get the orange painted on here this morning, along with I got my 3 calipers and my front fender to paint up, and then possibly do the 2K clear tomorrow. I'm not sure. Today is supposed to be like almost 100 degrees here where I live, and then it's supposed to cool off again tomorrow, but it's a good day, so we'll paint. It's about 8:30 in the morning, so before it gets too hot, but then this will be nice, the heat, so it can bake on all day. Okay, let's get to painting. Alright guys, just to be transparent, I'm using this PJ1 factory KTM orange, and I did the first very light coat, just wanted to get it tacked up, and it's pretty warm today, so I'm probably good. Spent like 5 minutes and did all the there, the front fender. So now we'll throw down a little bit heavier coat, and then we'll wait 10 minutes, and then we'll throw a third coat. Hopefully I have enough paint. Alright, that's the second coat, and I already see the bugs. Got one little guy right there, and this looks pretty clear, so yeah, we're doing good. So let's let this dry 10 minutes, and then we'll throw another coat. Okay guys, that's one light coat, 2 heavy coats. Took a flashlight and made sure I got full coverage, but you know, I've done that before and found out that I didn't, but I was really careful this time. Hopefully I got it all Lays down pretty good. I mean, you see a tiny bit of orange peel, but we're gonna wet sand this anyways before doing the clear coat. But yeah, this PJ1 paint actually lays down pretty good. I like the nozzle. I didn't have any splatters. Did pretty well. Brake calipers. It's the front one, Tokiko, and then the back. Oh no, wait. So Tokiko is the back one, and then one of the rears. Yeah, it's coming out. So we're gonna let this dry up like really good, and then clear coat. It's gonna be really hot today, so maybe we'll test the paint tomorrow, kind of see whether or not it's like fully cured, and then we'll you can see the bottom. I just did the edges here. I didn't mess with that part, but yeah. So if it's cured tomorrow, we can wet sand and possibly do that 2K clear. I just got to make sure that I'm ready for it, because I can only use that, I don't know, it says you can have it for maybe a week, but once that hardener is released inside there and mixed, yeah, I don't know what the outcome is going to be. I'm going to spray it all, one can, and hopefully get a nice thick coat on these things, and then I can do the whole cut and buff. But yeah, we kind of avoided bugs. Had one there, one started there, and I was able to blow him off. Yeah, as long as this dries without these bugs. So it's early in the morning, probably about 9 o'clock right now. 10 o'clock supposed to it's like almost 100 degrees today, but it's good for the paint, so that'll dry nicely. Okay, just let her do its thing. So this is one of the panels that was the worst. That had a huge crack and big hole here. This was broken. I rebuilt that, so I'm gonna do a little bit better. I have some at the Bondo stuff, but the other stuff that you use afterwards to fill in holes, we'll get that done. I just wanted to get clear on top of it so I can actually see what I'm doing here. But you can see here, this is where this whole, let's see, line here, which was actually indent for that decal, the strip, and last owner, he filled it with Bondo, but it was all broken here and here, and I was trying to remove it, but it's stuck on this plastic so well, so I just filled it in, and just did a better job. See, the corner is nice, and same with this side. That's good. I rebuilt this corner with Bondo actually, and let me show the back side here. Yeah, you can see here, hopefully, how I built it. It was literally from all cracked here, so this whole corner was pretty much missing. Normally I would actually put plastic, staple it, and then Bondo where it goes together and shape it, but I don't know, this seemed to be okay. I mean, hopefully that's the right shape, but I was kind of following that one. And yeah, you can see where I actually have to rebuild this whole corner inside here. But yeah, you can see the back side of this, how many staples I used. And yeah, I just had some extra Bondo. I just shoved it on there just to kind of give it some more support. But yeah, normally people would just ditch this, just buy another panel on eBay, but I really want to try to use what it came with. And it looks like I gotta fix this too. There's probably a pin that goes through here to keep the plastic together. I'm not sure, but once we get it all fixed and painted up, we'll do some fitment stuff. but you had to really sand this down in here. It was just kicked. It was almost came off like that that flexible paint, whatever. I forgot what it's called, but I had to really sand this all down here just to get it smooth, because that's kind of going to show. I got all the grills. I'm just going to work on those. I'm still thinking about, you can kind of see the difference in the primer. This is the PJ1 stuff, and then this is just some other stuff that I had just to kind of, you know, coat it just so I can kind of see the imperfections. It's hard when you have it looking like that. It doesn't really show up well. But yeah, you can kind of see what I did here. I mean, I know this, I've just been a while since I worked with Bondo, but it's fine. And I have like the palm sander that'll take this down pretty quickly. But you can see how this whole thing was just, it was filled with Bondo underneath, so I had to, you know, build on top of it, because you can still see it was just not, it didn't look good. So we've gone this far, we want to make sure it looks really good. So don't really want to do any kind of sanding today because I got stuff drying, the paint, and I'm in a hurry because this stuff, the really important stuff, was to get the tank and the front fender, so that way I have, you know, I can at least get that part together. All the plastics can go on after anyways, and plus I don't have paint. I just bought, like, because I really wanted to try out this PJ1 paint, and I really like it. I like the primer, and the factory color paint lays down really good. Even the primer laid down really flat without any kind of sand, even though I did wet sand it. Probably didn't have to. It was more for the junk that's in the air that kind of flies and sticks onto it to get it all off. But yeah, and then we'll use this 2K clear that I have here. It's the Spray Max stuff. I actually had a whole can, unused can, that was sitting on my bench from, I don't know, a few years ago. This one, you can kind of, I guess, tell it's a little got dust all over it. This one I just bought, but yeah, tomorrow we might use that. Not sure. I'm gonna test the paint and make sure it's fully cured before I go messing with that. But yeah, we're moving along. We're gonna let that paint dry, and it'll be the next day before I do another clip here. All right, man. See you guys. All right, guys. Looks like it's all set up, and I took some alcohol, kind of cleaned the area. It's a decal sticker day before it clear, and from what I read is that you're not supposed to sand the base coat, so I'm not going to do it. It's pretty flat. I'll definitely try to wipe off, well, tack cloth, any kind of junk that might have got on here before I clear. So the decals, I just cut really close to, as close as I could to the actual decal, to the edge of it. And here's what I'm following here. So there's a couple examples here. You can see that one follows the top of the tank, and yeah, I don't like it. But this one, you can see how it it's kind of, you can see the space between the top of the tank is a little shorter here than it is here, and that looks better to me. Anyways, that's what I'm going to follow, and then it's about, I'm going to take it to the end of the sticker, should be about halfway of that the tank cap here, as far as distance from here to here, this way or this way, whatever, it doesn't matter, because it looks like it's a little bit too far in. I'm going to take it a little bit for this direction. So anyways, that's the plan. Got some blue tape here to kind of guide me, and then we'll get to sticking it off. Alright guys, so here's what I'm thinking. So what I did is I just lightly stuck the tape here. This is about where it starts to curve this direction. Same here, this direction. So that's kind of edge, and that's literally like about, if you look at it, it's about halfway of the tank here, the tank filler. So we're gonna go with that. This is 24 millimeters, this like this, and it's 7. So that looks about right. So if you, I know the tank, it's hard to tell when it's not on the back bite, but it's about like that. so it gives it a nice even look. And I know this part of it here is a little bit down, so yeah, I'm liking it. I was gonna stick it more, but it's just not gonna look right if I hit that curve on this side. So I'm gonna go with that. That looks pretty good. And we'll do the same on both sides. All right, stickers on. I just got to remove the top layer here. I believe these are die cut. They better be, because I definitely don't want that cover on there. Remove this, and then it should be good to go. So we've got to do the other side as well. So there you go, guys. Removing that top layer. Use my little X-Acto on the very corner. That corner over there. It was pretty flat, so it was really hard to get out. But we did it without marring up the paint. Looks pretty good. I like the angle. And yeah, we'll do the other side, and then we'll tack it off, and then start clearing. Let's get this loaded down with some 2K. All right, guys. Wasn't so lucky on the other side. Look at that little tiny. Where I actually hit it with the X-Acto. It is just so hard to get that top, the layer that covers the actual decal off. So we're gonna hit that up with just I got these little tiny things. I bought these when I used to be a vehicle dealer, when I used to do touch-ups and stuff like that. These work okay, but it is what it is right now. And then I'll just take a little bit of this spray paint, put it in the cap, inside the cap, and then we'll just get a little sample, and then we'll hit that up. I think it should be okay once it's clear coated anyways. You might not be able to see it, but that's pretty tiny. But you know, I'm pretty anal about this stuff, so we'll get that sorted out. There it is, all decaled up. Touch-ups are done. Did one there. Actually, there was actually one on the top there too. You can kind of see it. And then the dimple that I missed. You know, it's really hard until you, when it's all sanded and stuff like that, or all whatever different colors, you really need to get the primer on top of it. But you know, I didn't plan very well, and I didn't have enough. I didn't have any more primer, and I definitely wasn't going to go shooting some other different primer with this. I didn't want the difference in color, so it doesn't matter. It's so tiny that maybe it'll be barely noticeable. But yeah, I'm liking it. Looks pretty good. I like the angle. So let's get to some 2K clearing now. All right, guys, that's it. So that's one really light coat, and then 2 heavy coats. So yeah, I saw some trash get in there, but you know, nothing you can do. I'm outside, and kind of is what it is. But I don't know, came out pretty good. And then we'll do the cut and buff, get rid of some of that that orange peel, which really isn't that bad. And then we got our front fender. Not too bad. And then our brake calipers. Here's the rear, Tokiko. And then the other front. Oops. There we go. There we go. So we'll let this bake in the sun. See what happens. Alright, moving on to the wheels. So this is the first tack spray. So I let it dry for 10 minutes. Now we're going to put on the second, so it'll be a little bit heavier. And then we'll put on a third one. So let's do it. Alright guys, there it goes. That's 3 coats. And well, we'll let it dry up. I got decals going to go on the edge of the rims or wheels, and then we'll probably going to clear coat it on top of the decals like I did the other one, or the gas tank. But we'll see. Came out okay. You know, I didn't primer it, so I could see a little bit of spots that didn't didn't take. Really small, so really can't even see it unless you're really looking at it hard. But yeah, we'll move on from this. Alright guys, so it's the next day. The wheel paint has dried enough anyways, at least to get the decals on there. So they're on there now, and I really like it. I mean, they're really cheap decals. They're not that good of quality. They also didn't cost a lot of money, but they're pretty thin and a little bit hard to work with, but we may do. So next step on this wheel is actually I'm going to clear coat this. So I'm going to clear coat over that decal and the whole wheel. So yeah, I'm pretty happy the way it came out. But gotta move on to the rear wheel. I gotta sand it, all that stuff, and paint it, and do the same thing as I did this wheel. So let's continue with this project. So here's what I'm doing today. I went ahead and sanded down all the Bondo here to cover all those holes that are all over the place here. It's all pretty much the same on both sides. And then I actually here you go, made this round again. So I built up a bunch of Bondo here on this side and both sides, and then sanded it down, and then I just shaped this round, so that's round again. And there's a grommet that goes in there, so it doesn't have to be absolutely perfect, but at least it's round now. Before it was all broken down here, and the same on this side. So I did the same on this. I just built it up here. Obviously this is all sanded down now, but yeah, now I just need to get a Dremel, kind of give it that round shape, and then yeah, then should be good to go. And then I have some of this God, I always forget the name of it, but it's not Bondo, but it's kind of like a like after you do Bondo stuff and then you have like little tiny holes, just use this stuff instead of throwing a bunch of Bondo back on there, mixing, and then just primer on top of it right away, and it'd be fine, hopefully. Anyways, I ran out of the PJ1 primer, so I'm going to be using some just some white primer that I have laying around, and I just want to get this all kind of sealed up, you know, and it also helps me find any other imperfections that I need to work on. But yeah, and I still have to, you see how this has a corner here, and this side it's broken off, so I've got to build me something on this side as well before I start painting. But yeah, I mean, you got to do all the little stuff, and then, you know, and then you get to that'd be the major part. That'd be I think the last thing I need to repair. I really repaired one of the fairings, which is good to go now. But yeah, let's get to this one, round it out, and then throw some primer on it. So there you go. So just like that, we got a pretty good looking hole for the grommet. So I'm going to go ahead and let this all. So I got some tiny, Bondo number 2. Anyways, here I'm going to let this dry because I have it also on the other pieces that I was working on. Actually, they're the fairings, but I want to let it get totally dry before I hit it with the DA sander again. But I think I'm gonna just shoot a little bit of primer on some of this stuff just so it's sealed, and this stuff will let dry, because that'll also tell me too, and I can kind of see already there's really tiny holes in there that will probably need to be repaired, because that'll show up once we start painting. But it's looking pretty good considering what we started with. Let's continue going. So just finished just hitting this up with a bunch of primer, but I just noticed that piece there, it's missing, and I'm not sure if this channel here, I mean, I know this holds the windshield, but this as well. I have to fabricate something, but then it also has this probably, well, I know that's just a plastic clip that broke, but that holds, so I'm sure the other plastic piece that covers this side. We have to figure that out as well. Maybe make one or something. But yeah, I'm not sure. Well, see, I don't have a windshield, so I'm not sure what that hole is. I don't know. Anyways, yeah. Always find something new. But yeah, there you go. I just want to hit it up with some primer just to kind of seal all that Bondo. A bunch of run on there, big deal. It's just be sanded down. But yeah. There you go. At least it's sealed up now. And then I can see all the imperfections and go back over it. More to come. All right, here's the next project on this next variant. So I need to copy that, use this piece of cardboard, and we'll cut a piece for this side. So you can kind of see there's a little bit of curve here. Maybe I could use a heat gun on the plastic, I'm not sure, but I have like a old, well, I have a lot of plastic, like bumper covers and stuff like that, and old ATV plastics that are cracked that I saved. So we'll use that, and maybe maybe I can find something that has a curve in it. But yeah, let's get to doing that. That's the next project. Get that all hot stapled in, and then we'll have the Bondo to get it nice and flat where it's going to connect to. But here we're going to probably cut this straight so it's easier to match it up and before you hot staple it. But that's what we're doing. All right, guys, so here's my template. Oops. All right, guys, here's my template, and you can kind of see, let's see here, yeah, like that. So it looks like it broke. You can kind of see the angle. Let me see right at the very tip. It's right where it was starting to curve here. That's where we're going to go ahead put this. It's more like, let's see if I can line this up. So yeah, just like that. So yeah, let's shave this plastic down, get it straight, and then we'll find our plastic piece and make it. All right, there you go. So it's nice and flat, so we'll go ahead and mark that and then find our plastic piece. So these are all like the plastic stuff I have to cut with, and I'm thinking of using this old ATV. You can see it's pretty cut up and broken. I actually have a new piece for it was another project, but I still haven't put it on. But I think I'm going to take it from this corner because there's a curve right here that I think I'm going to use. Let's cut that off. Alright guys, this is what I'm thinking of right here. And that kind of gives us a little bit of material to, once we get it all on there, hot stapled, we could sand down to fit. So that looks like the other side. Guess we'll find out. Alright guys, there it is. It's hot stapled in. Just got to Dremel these guys off and then start shaping it. Shape it on this side, and then we'll fill it in with Bondo and primer. See how that works out. It's pretty strong. It's not going to go anywhere. Well, I hope not. All right, a little bit of shave here and there, and then shave this a little bit, divoted down here. Now it's nice and smooth here. So once we get the probably a little bit here, I'm going to take off, but yeah, and then we can start Bondo on this side and do the back side as well for some strength. But yeah, it's looking pretty good. So guys, this is the stuff that I was talking about, the Bondo glazing and spot putty. It's really just for like after Bondoing and you have like these really tiny imperfections, like you could see here. I mean, that's part of the hole, but I want to sort the hole once I have the other plastic put next to it, and I can kind of make sure I get it to the right exact spot. I kind of started making a hole before I started bondoing, and I think it's a little bit higher here. I think it should be a little bit lower, but anyways, that's what I'm doing here. So yeah, there you go. It's all bondoed and kind of looks like it was never there, but wait till you put primer on that, the whole thing, you won't even know that this is an extra piece or the repair piece. Anyway, so let's get to spot puttying. So there's the spot putty installed. There's no really need to be all nice with it, as long as you got it's higher than the flat surface, so it'll fill the imperfection, and it's actually it's softer than the Bondo, but just gotta make sure it dries really well, and then just sand. But let's get in there, and then you'll see. I'll sand that, and then we'll primer it, and then you'll see the result. So got a couple parts here in the mail today. This one was kind of hard to find. As soon as I saw it, I kind of swooped up on it. So this is the left side cover that has the little storage box. The right side is actually pretty easy to find, and then I bought another one of these. This is what connects the two fairings together at the bottom. You can look at mine. It's cracked here, and there's actually a mount for probably screws in for the fairing. So at least now I got that, and I can chuck this thing or save it for, like I said, I use plastics, pieces of it, so like that, for repairing other things. But yeah, so at least this one looks pretty good too. It's nice that they actually left the screws and the holders there. So this part looks pretty good. This I'm gonna refinish. You can see that looks like they tried to do it, how it kind of like bubbles here. So I'm gonna sand this down and then redo it. Yeah, I mean, it looks good, but you know, we can do better. And while it's off, you know, you want to take care of this stuff while it's there. So love it. So at least now I have a place to throw down some the registration, insurance stuff, without having to pop the seat off. So cool. Just try to get all the pieces that I'm missing. So, and that is definitely one that wasn't there. And then now you just gotta get the right side, which is pretty easy to find on eBay. Okay. Oh, there you go, guys. That's it. There's that piece I was missing. I know the hole's all weird, but I'm gonna fix that once I get the other piece. And which I did. I actually took the front fairing and put it next to this one to see the holes line up. And at some point, I'm gonna kind of join those two, and then I'll mark this hole and make it where it matches up. But yeah, so now we got a hole on that side, and we got a hole on this side. And this is all pretty much, I say, from here to here. That's all new. This is all that plastic, and you can see, you can't even tell. So anyways, now I gotta figure out how to make one of those for that side. All right, to the next things. So guys, I was about to work on these side mirrors, and what the heck is that inside of there? It's actually on both of them. What is that? And these things, there's no way to open these things up, at least that I can tell. I don't know what that little hole is. I mean, to me it looks like a drain hole, but yeah. What's inside of this, and can that be opened up? I guess that's my question. Thanks, guys. Disregard that question. Look at that. All I did is I was trying to dry it off my compressor, because I just washed the outside, removed all that old paint that the previous person put on there. And all I did is I put some air down in there, and it caused enough pressure for the
glass to pop out, but this is what's inside there. The hell why is there a piece of metal in there? And then all this paper. This is what's in there. It's all wet because, well, I was washing. What the heck? Well, interesting. Well, looks like I would need some mirrors. So I gave my both of my rear plastics really good sanding yesterday, and so also paying attention to right inside of here, the old stripe here, and there's a lot of adhesive in here, so you just gotta make sure you get all that out, plus scuffing up all this so the primer can stick. Yeah, this looks pretty much prepped. I gotta look at the other side to see what's here. Probably some kind of tab, maybe. Hopefully I don't need to repair this, and how it fits should, because this part shouldn't show. But anyways, we'll see. I'll look at that before we actually do the final base coat. But as far as primer, yeah, I got some PJ1 primer on order, so we'll get that primered up along with those fairing pieces. You can see I got a couple little tiny fixes there, just really tiny. I just want to get this perfect before I start primering and base coating, eventually clear coating. But yeah, we're moving right along. I think today I'm going to work on the seat because well, it's, as you can see, it's wet outside. It's been raining all night, so can't do much else. What I did do is I actually got on the those lower sidebars for the passenger, so I redid those. Came out pretty good. I think I'm gonna when I get the 2K clear matte, when I'm ready to do that, I'm gonna go ahead and 2K clear those as well, because I want to matte 2K clear matte the frame as well before I start throwing parts on. So yeah, a lot of steps, and I think, you know, if you do it right, then I'll have to retake this stuff off again later to do let's do it right the first time. Alright guys, so first things first, here's the rear seat, front seat. We're going to get all these staples out, and usually I have a different kind of a knife, but this will work. I just got to get these out and use pliers to pull them out the rest of the way, and then we'll check the foam underneath. I already know that this has a hole here, so we'll have to probably put some silicone to cover that hole, because I have this material here, vinyl, which actually is pretty cool. It's from Amazon, and it stretches. But with that, when you stretch, if the foam doesn't look good or it has an imperfection, it's gonna show. But anyways, we're gonna fix the foam once we get all this stuff off, and then move forward. So just to show you, I've already used a knife to pull the staples back. So you're just really just kind of going underneath it and taking out one side, and then after go through all these and just pull this out with a plier. It's got to have leverage on the seat so it don't fly up, but let's get all these staples out. Might have to remove this bracket so I can get staples back in here. Maybe not, but I guess to do it right, we'll do that. We'll take this bracket off. But yeah, let's take this cover off. Let's see what the condition of the foam is at. Alright, so there she goes. All staples out, the cover's off, and got the bracket out of the way. You can see that foam looks pretty good. A little bit here. I'm going to put some silicone on top of that, and all the edges, yeah, look pretty good. So we can just directly cover this guy. But I just want to put some silicone here and let it dry, and then we'll get to covering this up. So I'll go ahead and start. Put the silicone here. Start removing that cover from the front seat, and then once all that's dry, as far as the silicone, then we'll get to covering. All right, there's the front seat, and you can see somebody went staple happy here on the last recover. But the foam, yeah, it's looking suspected. There you go. So we need to cover that up. That'll show tiny imperfection there, and yeah, looks pretty good. So here, and then on this one here, probably throw some little bit here and there, but yeah, let's throw some silicone on there. So just to show you what I'm using here, so I'm just using a small scraper and some of this clear silicone. Honestly, you could probably just use any kind of a silicone. Doesn't matter. Even the color doesn't matter because it's under the cover. But I just like to use silicone. Well, because I have it. Anyways, let's get to getting this done. So there you go, guys. So it's nice and flat now. So initially I did one pass, and then it kind of settled, and then you had another small divot. But then if you let it dry a little bit, I think it's like 30 minutes, an hour, kind of let it set up. Doesn't be totally dry or cured, but then it actually makes it so it doesn't dip anymore. So then I just did another one, use the scraper, and then just went across. So now it's nice and it is flat across now, so that won't show. I did the same up here too. There's a big long divot here, so that's nice and filled in now. Some on the side, same with that. So this is all ready to get covered now. All right, rear seat done. One more to go. Just gotta do the front now. You see, nice and tight, stapled down. Yeah, I overstaple, but I don't care. But yeah, it like I said, I use this flexible type material, vinyl. It works out really well, just because it makes it easier. Even though I use a heat gun to kind of heat it up just a little bit to give it a little more stretchy, and then when it actually dries, it actually comes back, but nice. And so we'll do the front seat, and then we'll be done. Just to kind of show you how I start these seats, I usually just do one end, get it cinched down real well. Here you can kind of see how this stretches. It's pretty stretchable. And then I pull it to this side, maybe one, that way I can remove it if I have to. And then I start pulling here, because you have a big dip here in the seat, and you want it to get tight, because if you didn't pull this tight, it literally would have a big old gap here of space. So let me just go forward, and then we can actually remove that staple over here if we have to get it to stretch out further this direction. So that's the plan. That's just how I've been doing it for years. Guys, there she goes, all done. At least now they match. Can't even tell where the okay, there it was right here. You can kind of see that's where the hole was, and then there was a couple here somewhere, but you can't see it here. I think it's because it's on a corner, and this is silicone, and it's harder than the foam. So anyways, yeah, you don't see that. So yeah, got the bracket, shined it up. Not that I needed to, but I did it because I can. And yeah, it's ready to go back on the bike. I just got to get the clear coat, the 2K matte is what I want to do on the frame, and I got that in it's coming in the mail, so I'm gonna do that before I start putting parts on. So at least get all the parts ready, then it's just all pulled stuff on. So anyways, it's all good to go, and
ready, so it's gonna be like that. There you go. Sweet. Hey guys, just another update here. I painted these guys yesterday, and not too bad. A little bit of trash because it was a little bit of wind and the bugs were out, but it didn't come out too bad actually. I was a little worried about it a little bit. You can kind of yeah, see that little bit right there, but it's so tiny. So now I got to put the I have a stripe to go here, and then I'll clear over that when I'm ready to do the 2K gloss clear. Got to do the fairings. So basically all the what I was going to do, gloss clear, and then I could spray those, but do the fairings and then the front fairing, and then we'll, yeah, not too bad. Alright guys, got the two side panels all painted up here and here. So that's 3 coats, and it took the whole can. So for my front fairing, which is sitting over there, I needed to get another can. So total 1, 2, 3, so it'll take 4 to do all the parts I'm doing orange. All the rest stuff's going to be black anyways. So we'll let that dry. It should start to smoothen up the paint once it dries, and we'll get the stripe put on there, and then we'll clear coat it, among other things too. It's kind of what I'm doing. I'm kind of gathering a bunch of parts, so because that's that 2K clear coat. Once I mix the hardener, it's I got to use it up right away. So let's let this dry. All right, good morning everybody. Got my paint booth all set up with a bunch of primered parts here, the belly, plastics there, under the windscreen, and a couple of the grills. 2 of them already painted, but yeah, today is matte clear day, so I'm gonna get these painted up with the roll bar paint black, and then let it dry a little bit, and then hit it with matte clear. So that's kind of the hold up for me doing the matte clear on the frame, because that's what I want to do before I start throwing parts on it. But yeah, this is what we're gonna do this morning. We'll get that done, then I'll start putting the decals on all the like the wheels, or the one wheel, and the panels. Kind of get it set up for when I do the matte gloss, not the matte, but gloss 2K clear. So this is also going to get the same type of 2K clear, but matte black, matte clear. So it's Saturday, and yeah, it's painting weekend, and hopefully I can start putting some stuff back together. This is kind of like the hold up right now for getting some parts back on the bike, but let's get to it. All right guys, got the decals on the rear wheel, and here's where it's gonna get a little bit weird, but I didn't know that there was a left and a right side, and that's what that decal was for. So like these should be facing whatever, forward or something like that, but yeah, I've already got the decals on that. I did that last week, so I didn't know what that
that's what that meant, but you know, it is what it is. Looks good, just don't look at it closely. But anyways, so on one side of the rear wheel there's like a bunch of this casted lettering and stuff like that in there. So what I did is I took, like, I have these like little touch-up things for paint, and I just with a heat gun I heated this up first, and then I just started pushing the decal in there. So anyways, that's kind of how I did it. So the front and rear wheels are ready for the gloss clear, and I gotta put the decals on the fairings and the rear plastics. But the first thing I gotta do is get all those black pieces that I'm gonna do in a matte clear first, because that's what I want to do first, as far as doing the gloss. Or yeah, I'm not sure how I'm going to do this, because I should let that black paint that I just painted this morning dry up more, but we'll see. Keep going. Okay guys, I got the rear plastics, and what we got going here is we're going to put this stripe, which is a good carbon fiber, along there, and then we got the decals to put on there as well. All right, one down, one more to go. Still got to get those decals on there, but I got the stripe on there. This is some good stuff, so I'm gonna say, compared to the stuff that I bought for the wheels, this vinyl is good because it's really thick. The one I got for the wheels really thin and kind of hard to separate from the paper, but this went on really well. And then on the edges, I just used my heat gun, heated it up, just so I can make that corner, and then tuck it underneath, and you know, get it going on either side. But yeah, looks pretty good. Let's get the Suzuki decals on there now. So the placement of the decals, I'm just kind of going off of this. So it looks like this. This is actually on this side, but it's centered, the RF, on the beginning of the grab bar, which is right there. So I'm just taking the this R, which is on the left side, and just kind of centering it like that. So on the other side it'd be like RF. So this is actually, this 0 and 2 is kind of centered on that. So that's kind of what I'm doing, and probably about 1/8 of an inch away from the edge here, all the way across. So there she goes. Kind of cool how that's like a chrome decal. So we'll do the same thing on the other side. All right, there's the other side. So there you go, center of the RF on this side, and then started right here from this decal from the front of the bike back that way. Same on the other side. Came out decent. So I got a I don't know, a bunch of little nicks I'm gonna have to touch up before I clear coat this guy. Well, hope it didn't get too destroyed. You can see a little bit of raindrops. The tree kind of kept some of it away, but yeah, that sucks. As soon as I started painting on the second coat, it starts raining. I don't know. Seems to be okay. You can see some water here and there. Hopefully it'll be okay, but man, what timing. This is the matte 2K clear, so yeah. Oh god. Anyways, it kind of is what it is. What can you do? Except have a paint booth, which I don't have. Alright, there you go. Hate working with really big decals. It's stressful. Anyways, stripes on both sides.
Next thing to do is to clear coat these guys, but it's like off and on raining today. I don't know what's going on. It wasn't supposed to rain until tomorrow, but there you go. I didn't want to put that big old 600 here, which I have right there, because, well, the rear plastics already says RF600, and this is a little bit different versus all the ones you see out there. It's pretty much just a 600 or 900 if you have one, but I like it. Alright guys, got the matte 2K clear put on the frame. Now I can start actually putting stuff on it. I've been kind of waiting for this because I had to wait to finish for all the parts that I needed to do first. That's could also be the same matte clear, which are a lot of like some of the plastics. So here it is. It's nice and protected, and it's hard, so that's good. That's kind of what I wanted, because I wanted to hopefully not get chips. Just because it would be a pain in the ass to kind of take all that plastics off, just to, or I guess I could tape it off. But anyways, that'd be ghetto. So let's start putting parts on. I know I still got to do that. You got to replace the gasket here, drain the oil, replace the gasket, repaint this guy, and continue going on this project. There we go. Alright guys, on the sprocket situation, got a brand new front and rear sprocket. Got brand new nuts. Bolts are coming in, I don't know, sometime this week. Clean this off. Just remove the paint and all the grime and stuff. I'm going to clear coat this guy just to protect it from corrosion, because that's straight aluminum. And I did do the 2K clear coat. On the side panels there. Came out okay. Had a bug, I don't know if you can see it, literally on the second coat. He just committed suicide right there, and that was a pain to kind of get off, because he pretty much fell apart when I was trying to pick him off. So I just got it as best as I could, but you could still see kind of black pieces. So I took some the KTM orange paint and dabbed a little bit on there, and then put a third coat on top of it. So well, pieces of them are forever in there, preserved. But yeah, decal stripe came out pretty good. Yeah, and this is the side. You can see how that is there. That corner, this is the corner that I rebuilt. So this, pretty much this whole corner here, is all new. And yeah, the shine came out really well. But I'm gonna do the cut and buff once this all cures. A little bit of a weird thing going on here. I'll just touch that up. But yeah, looking good. So bolts arrived this today. One time I got home, I cleaned off the front brake rotors, as well as the bolts, and of course, I'm gonna polish them up. So they were all like dirty. I don't know. I had some black paint on them, so I just wire wheeled that off, and then got it on the buffer. Cleaned off the all this. It was really black around here. I didn't like it to be dirty, since once it's on the bike, it's gonna be harder to clean. So simple green and a brass wire wheel, a brass brush, whatever. And then just scrub that there, both sides. Cleaned out the speedometer mechanism thingy. That was pretty much caked in here too. So that's all clean. So now that can go back together, but I'm kind of debating if I should clear coat the top of, the top of these bolts, just because, I'm not sure if this metal will, I don't know what happened. Might corrode, might rust, whatever. But I'm thinking about it. And I got some. I can put those back on there. This one goes for the rear. I polished this up too, you can see, because it was black, and yeah, why not again? So we'll maybe I can get this up to tomorrow. I'm kind of waiting for this to dry. It's not tacky, but I can tell it's not completely cured yet. As far as this is the 1K like regular wheel clear coat, not 2K, so it's not going to be as hard. But like I said before, I just want to keep it from getting corrosion, because it was bare aluminum, so that's protected. So there you go. Got some bolts here that I wanted to also paint black. It's because I didn't want them silver. And yeah, this goes on the fork. And some of the washers are black. These silver ones are on the inside, so you won't see those. And yeah, I mean, pretty much the last painting project is that front. Alright guys, here's the little mount that I built, which is just like that. Well, it's going to serve the function just like that. So this one has also, I guess, for the windshield to kind of slide in there as well. So I did the same thing on this one and notched it up, and here's the piece. This is the kind of template. I'm going to get a new one. I was trying to repair this one, but it's just too jacked up. So as you can see, it lines up with that hole, and yeah, a little hard to do one-handed, but okay, there you go. Lines up with that hole, and then this one right here, and this is where I'm going to put the I forgot what they call those things, but anyways, the clip that we screw in, like that. This is like a bolt. I might replace these and just put screws, like normal screws, kind of like how, let's see where we got here, like this one right here. You can kind of see it's a little different inside, because I have a bunch of those. And even though these are bolts, now that's actually a screw. Huh. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Yeah, I don't know why that one's on there, but that's a screw. Okay. So anyways, doesn't matter. So this is pretty stable on there, stable enough to hold this on, and I got a bunch of hot staples all inside there, and it clears this whole thing here, so that's good. There you go. And now I can finally primer this guy up. I just didn't want to paint because I didn't know if it was going to start popping staples to this side, because I really had to get into the plastic here, but looks good. So I'm just going to go ahead and give it a spritz here. I'll paint it tomorrow. It's probably like 6-7 o'clock already. I just want to get it all prepped up so that I can paint. This is the last piece. That's it to paint. Thank God. It's funny, these motorcycles have a lot of plastic pieces. So anyways, let's get to primering that, and see you tomorrow. Alright guys, got the front cover pretty much prepped up. So I stuck a big washer there, and then kind of indented inside. That's epoxy, so that's not going to go anywhere once that dries up. And just kind of fixing the outside hole with this spotting putty, and we'll sand that down once it's dry, which is pretty quick actually. And this is all set up. I just put all new, gosh, I forgot what they call these things, some kind of clip, but for screws. So these all accept the same screw now, both sides. And yeah, so once that dries and I sand it down, then we can throw some primer on it. All this, it doesn't matter if this gets painted, these clips, and then we'll do the KTM orange on this guy. This will be the last orange one, actually large piece that I got to paint. So let's let this dry and then move on to the next thing. So this is going to be my first time actually doing a cut and buff. I've been watching the videos, so we got some orange peel. This is actually back part of the front fender. We'll experiment on this side, and if all goes good, and then I figure it out or it comes out well. This 2K clear has been drying for, I don't know, a week now, so it's pretty much cured. Then we'll, if it comes out good on the back side, we'll do the front, and then we can do the tank and basically all the other pieces. But well, let's see how it goes. I'm going to use this sanding block. It's flexible, so we can get it pretty even. I got 800 and then 2000. So we'll start with 800 and then go to 2000 and see how it goes. So this is why I experiment here. So I got it pretty good here, and I'm not really worried about what's close to the actual bracket there, but look at that, right when you get to the corner. So yeah, that's okay. That's on the inside anyways. We'll go ahead and actually I might just do just a little bit there, and then we'll stop and then buff it, see what happens. This is my buffing machine. I just got the small pad on there because I'm working with small stuff, and yeah, I got the big pad, which is I think 5 or 6 inches, but yeah, we don't need that on there. I'm gonna try this cutting polish. I mean, I do have the rubbing compound stuff, but I don't know, I don't want to go too harsh. We'll see how this works out. Okay, so that didn't work. I mean, nice and smooth, I mean, but yeah, see, there's no shine. So we're gonna try this stuff, the clean cut rubbing compound, which I didn't want to try first, but maybe we need to go a little bit more aggressive. But let's see how this works out. Change the pad out too. Okay, so a little better, but it's not the results I was thinking. So we're gonna try, let's see what we got here. We're gonna try the extreme compound. This is that Chemical Guys stuff. See how that does on this thing. So there it is with the Chemical Guys compound. This is actually, so this is not done, and you can see the natural clear shine, but you can also see the orange peel. And this is after doing the cut and buff. I mean, gosh, it's so smooth. I mean, it literally looks like factory, except it's not as shiny as I wanted it to be. I mean, I got like a final polish stuff, maybe that'll do it. But I mean, that's a really smooth. All right, using this final polish stuff, I mean, that looks pretty good. I mean, that's, you can kind of see the difference here. If you look here, and then this is the front that I didn't do anything on. Yeah, just looks, you could really see the orange peel, but this polished up actually pretty good. But it took 2 steps. I'm going to say the extreme compound and then the final polish is probably what's going to do it. We'll try that on the front part of the fender, just those 2 to make sure. But also my pads, I had just rinsed them off, and you know, they're wet, so they're mixing with the water. Well, anyways, those 2 are, these 3 were dry, and this did okay, this did better, and this one final polish actually got it to the pretty much the finish line. So yeah, that looks, wow, it's crazy. So I've never done this before, and that looks nuts. Yeah, wow. Let's continue. Well, this didn't come out right. It says the cut and buff, and look at these marks that happen. Not sure what the heck happened, but yeah, I'm not doing that anymore. And yeah, you can kind of see, I don't know, the back came out fine of it, but I did the front. Yeah, not so good. Not sure what the heck happened, but yeah, I'm not gonna do that anymore. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, so I'm just gonna leave all my plastics the way they are. I mean, it's a little shiny, but and it really smooth, but yeah, certain areas where I just didn't want to sand too far, because even though I got like about 2.5 coats of 2K clear on there, I don't want to sand through it. So yeah, we just leave it the way it is. And I don't know, almost maybe it burned or something. I don't know. It looked like it's like it heated up the paint underneath it, but yeah, I don't want my whole bike looking like that, so we'll leave that the way it is. Well, there you go, guys, the last piece to be painted, and I just clear coated it this morning. I did leave off the logo because, well, I'm thinking of something different, and also leaving off that big kind of a triangle that goes in the corner. That I didn't really like. That the one I was up on the fence was a Suzuki decal there, and yeah, it's upside down, so I'm painting it. But anyways, I could always put it on there, and if I don't like it, I could take it off. But if I clear coat it over it, well, yeah, it's game over. I have to sand it down. But I'm thinking of something different for here. I'm thinking of the Suzuki like logo, and put it there. Anyways, that's what I'm thinking of. We'll see. Came pretty good. The clear coat, a little bit, you can kind of see a little bit of a orange peel, but one little heavy here. It started to drip here, only because I had to redo this part because another stupid bug committed kamikaze right there, and I tried to pick it off, but dude, it was so small. And then I took some KTM orange and dabbed it on there, and then did a clear coat on top of that, just that section here to kind of blend it in. But yeah, that's kind of why that little bit of a drip mark there. But I don't know, we'll see if you can even see that. It's kind of hard only at certain angles, but yeah, that's three coats. I'd say 2.5. But yeah, also did the inside as well. Like all this, I just wanted to make sure that I got full coverage, and then that's that one where I made a mount for that plastic piece that goes there, because I know a little bit of strip, the edges will show, so I didn't want it to look ugly there. Anyways, here it is. So we're gonna let this cure, and then we'll start doing some assembly stuff. I also gotta put the headlight in there, among other things. So we'll just keep knocking it out. All right, guys, time to put the brake discs on, and use a little bit of sandpaper and a block. So I wanted to make sure that this edge was nice and clean, flat, so then the sprocket lays flat, because other tape, a little bit of paint was on this side, so I just wanted to make sure that's it. And then I got these to mount, and then I went ahead and clear coated these bolts, so we'll get those installed. We'll put some put more of that Loctite on there. This is just the original stuff that probably won't do anything anymore. So we'll get those put on there. Alright guys, both discs are on. Righty tighty. Anyways, and then we got this for the speedometer. We'll make sure we get some grease inside of that gear. You can kind of see the gear inside of there before we slap this on here. So that's pretty much just how it sits, just like so, just like that. All right, so now we got to do the rear wheel. Get the brand new sprocket on there, and get that disc on there, and be ready to slap this on. Guys, small progress. Got the front wheel on there, and the front fender, and it's looking pretty good. Oops. So I don't know if this is going to bother me. Those burn marks or whatever they are. I might try to maybe I'll sand that down a little bit, and maybe that can polish that out. God, I hope that doesn't bother the fuck out of me. But yeah, baby steps. So let's get the rear disc on there and all that stuff. Okay guys, got a question here. So this I got it up against, there's a small notch here on the fork. I'm just wondering, is this supposed to actually be free spinning? I mean, it feels good. I'm not fully torqued down, but I'm pretty tight on there. And I got the speedometer cable hooked up. Looks correct, but is this supposed to be like tight against the fork? I guess that's my question. Let me know, guys. Same thing on the rear wheel. Went ahead and sanded this down here to get the paint lip off, and we'll get this bolted on with those bolts. Get some Loctite on there, and then the other side there's a sprocket. Got the bolts here, brand new, and brand new nuts. Yeah, they look like they lock on there. I'm gonna put Loctite on this anyways. I don't care. Yeah, I don't want that shit to fall off. So anyways, let's get to doing this one too. Guys, there it is, all torqued down. Looks good with the brand new bolts, and the disc is in there as well. So we're good to go. Now we just got to install it. So I wet sanded the lens, and it had a bunch of scratches in it, and polished it up, and it came up pretty good. Stupid me, I cracked it all down here because, you know, I saw the tabs in the back, and I thought these just kind of come off easily, and when I was prying it here, it just, yeah, stupid. So I filled it up with super glue, let it sit overnight, and then that's when I wet sanded it all flat. So you can see, I don't know, there you go, just a little bit right there. You see that one, but it actually runs all the way down here. But I don't know, nothing I can do about it unless I replace it, and I'm not doing that. So yeah, not bad. There we go. There goes the front fairing. Got the light installed. Looks really good. Got the grommets there for the front turn signal. Do you remember this was all covered up with Bondo, and it was cracked over here, so that's all fixed. So looks good, and we'll continue to start assembling some other stuff. Fuck you, dog. All right, cleaned up the area a little bit. Installed a brand new front sprocket, so we're good to go. We got new chain, both front and rear, new sprockets. All right, guys, I'm assembling my front calipers, this one and this one. I got two springs here, no idea where they go, and then I went to the manual, and it shows like just this picture, and it says one spring there, and it's just two. I can't tell what it is, or which way it goes, orientation. Somebody got better documentation. I actually did look at the groups of files, and I didn't see anything there. It's pretty basic, but You know, I took it apart to clean it and then repaint it, but you know, where do these two springs go? That's the question. Thank you. Alright guys, got the brake pads in. I'll throw a picture in there on how these springs actually go in. So they're just on the front. There's a okay guys, the pads are in, all installed. Got some brake squeal on there as well. And yeah, I took the alright guys, got the front and rear brake pads installed. I on the pin, these are brand new pins because I had well, it was stripped at the drill and get it out, all that stuff, and heat it up. So like I don't remember if it's this side or the other side, but anyways, one of these got all burnt up, so I replaced that. Took the thread locker off of the pin threads because you don't need it. It's got a cap here, so it's got anti-seize on the shaft and the threads over here, so it shouldn't be difficult to remove in the future. And also same thing here, anti-seize on this cap. And the springs that install in here, it's hard to see because the pad's already on there. There's one right there, which is right there, and then the other one is, there you go, you kind of see it from this side, is right here, and it kind of goes back in here. So I'll post the pictures just so you know the orientation, because yeah, then the service manual doesn't even show where they go, and even actually the service manual says there's only one. Well, got two. That's not, so it's not true. Anyways, yeah, and this is the rear, and the only piece I'm missing here is there's a cover here, I believe. At least that's what it shows on the diagram here. Let me show you guys. So that right there, I'll just order that. Looks like I can just pop that on after the fact, after it's even installed on the bike. So there you go. I got the bolts. I forgot to paint them, so they're painted now, and I got matte clear on them, so I'll let them dry and install these calipers tomorrow. So just to show you what I've been doing here, so I've been kind of mounting pieces that I had, and so I got the passenger mount here reinstalled. I know these aren't the stock bolts, and they're like just regular hardware, but I painted them black. Yeah, clear coated them, of course. Mounted that on both sides. Mounted the rear wheel, and just kind of it's loosely fit right now, but I got the rear caliper on there, kind of loose fit, mounted, and yeah, I know I need to get a new rear tire. It's just kind of there, and yeah, see that side as well. I went ahead and last night took the drain bolt for the oil, same as removed the filter, because I didn't start it up to get the oil loose, but you can see how dark that oil is. But just wanted to kind of drip out of there overnight. And the drain bolt, it's pretty big. I'm not sure the millimeter sizes, I just didn't have it at the time, but what fit for me, let's see what the size is, so that what I used. So 1316 is what I used to take that drain bolt off, and a 17 millimeter, which is on that K&N filter, but I mean that's specific to the K&N. I'm not putting a K&N back on, just a different one. So the drain of the oil is really the prep, because I need to remove the clutch cover, which I'm gonna do today. Strip the paint off, and then do the same thing with the same on this. It's the roll bar paint
which is black, and then hit it up with matte clear. Won't be the 2K stuff, but should be close enough anyways. So got to remove this, take that off, take this off, and then it should be able to just remove all those bolts. So these will all be black. I don't know what's going on here, but we'll also repaint those as well. So it's kind of the project for the weekend. Got some other stuff to do as well. Gotta kind of mount those front calipers on there as well, and hopefully I can kind of get the carburetors off, and then I can start working on those, because as you've seen the other video parts, it leaks, and I'm not really sure where, but I'll just know it was on the bottom. And I know there's rubber, I'm not sure what you call it, but, and I don't think that's where it's leaking from, but I'm going to replace it anyway. This is the fuel rail, whatever, I don't know what you call that, but I got rebuild kits for this whole thing, so we'll compare the jets. If they're different, I'm just going to reuse the clean and reuse the old jets, which should be fine. Just I know there's a lot of O-rings in this things, and I know there's some procedure when you're taking this apart. There's some spring in between the carbs that has to be depressed somewhere, but I'll figure that out. Yeah, we're progressing. It's looking pretty good so far, and we'll just keep going. I'm just liking the way it's coming out. Oh yeah, almost forgot. So another thing I'm working on too, these are the turn signals that I bought. Amazon's. I mean, they're pretty, I mean, they don't feel cheap, they actually feel pretty good. I don't have the OEM washers, but I did buy these fenders. These are actually stainless, and then I painted them black because this is gonna fit here, and we'll show. So there's a front and rear to these. You can kind of see, I kind of marked it because they don't. So this is the front. Obviously you can see here the wires are different. You can see the red, so you know that's the rear. So get those mounted and wired up as well. And I know the wiring was really hacked up, hoping that the OEM wires, I got the electrical diagram and the colors and stuff like that, and I didn't mark it already, so we'll see if all that works. And there was some weird reason why the previous owner hacked it up so bad, but yeah, we'll get that all sorted out. Again, using stainless steel. So these are the inside parts, so they're not showing. Just whatever's on the, you kind of see on the outside, I painted black. Yeah, there's those front calipers kind of ready to go to put back on. And it's the two bolts that are going to go on the to lock that front axle down. So yeah, this is actually the fun part. The painting of all this stuff was, I mean, it's fun too, but that was time consuming. Alright guys, so we're going to get that front axle tighten to 47 foot-pounds, so you can see here, and that's a 17 millimeter. We just want to make sure that our front wheel doesn't fall off, and pinch bolts, you know, just do righty-tighty. I put lock washers and stuff like that on here. I'm going to put NECs. These I just don't want to back out, and I know they won't when you get the lock washer on there. I know in the manual it doesn't even show it has washers, but I just don't want it when it starts tightening down to mess the paint up. So that should be good to go. So we'll go ahead and tighten up that front axle nut to 47 foot-pounds, and then get the pinch bolts on there, and then we can install the calipers.
Also, just to show how I actually tighten bolts and down without damaging that I painted them. I just put a piece of plastic, whatever, over it, and then put the socket over that, and then tighten. And that you might get a little bit of damage, but you put this metal on that, it's gonna totally like break off the paint. So just a little trick that I do for keeping it looking nice and finished. So here you go, just kind of show what I'm doing here. So yeah, there you go. Just a little bit, that's gonna happen, but at least it's not worse. Another thing, just to show brand new crush washers for the hose. Don't want to reuse the old stuff, so we'll get that. Yeah, I'll get that part on there. All right, guys, another assembly question. So I got the brake line on the right side to the right caliper, looks correct, but so I'll make sure I'm routing this side correctly. As you can see up here, how it kind of routes forward. I mean, obviously I can loosen that and route it to the behind the fork, but should it be behind the fork or in front of the fork? I mean, honestly, I'm really thinking it's behind. That would make the most sense, but you guys let me know. And here you can see here, so would actually face this way, or whatever. Anyways, maybe a picture would help. Thanks, guys. All right, guys, just for reference, all these bolts here were all the same size. This one and this one are a little bit longer, you can see here, just so that we get it back in the right spot. And this one feels really weird, and obviously different color, so the previous owner replaced it for some reason, probably because the threads are fucked up. But I mean, it was tight, but you could feel something going on inside there, but we'll figure it out once we get this cover off and inspect that. So I got the clutch cable disconnected from here. I just popped it out of that groove over here, the cable, and I'm leaving this in because I'm not 100% sure. Anyways, I want to just make sure this stays in the same spot. You guys probably caught it on that last clip, but yeah, I still had this one on, and this one also too is a little bit longer. So it looks like this one, and this one are longer than the rest. So yeah, I was tapping it everywhere, top, bottom, and it just wasn't moving. It was like not moving on this side, and I'm like, duh. So the reason for removing this clutch cover is because it was leaking at the bottom. I could tell, and I bought a new gasket already. So this one's getting thrown away, and look at this clutch, man. This looks really, really, really good, honestly. I mean, I gotta take this out. Careful of this. Okay, so it's just so there's the teeth, and then the teeth here. Okay, so make sure the teeth are facing to the left side, and then yeah, I think we'll pop these off and then pull the cover off here and kind of look at the discs before we seal it back up. Got it all cleaned up, got rid of all the grease with Simple Green, and about to remove the paint. So I covered the sight glass because I know aircraft stuff is good, like it's safe on some plastics, but I'm not sure about that one. But just in case, I still want to be able to see my oil, and I don't want to replace that. So let's get some of this paint remover on there and then let it sit. Okay, so for those that have never used paint remover, so this is what it does. It just bubbles up all the old stuff, and once it's all loose, you can just use steel wool. You can use a brush or whatever, but that pretty much just kind of comes off. I use steel wool because it really gets in there and gets all that stuff off. So this is the second round of the paint remover. You can see just a bunch of little stragglers. So we'll go ahead and brush all that stuff off and then see what we got. Alright guys, here you go. This is what you're left with after the paint remover. Yeah, you know, I could actually wet sand this and then give it like a mirror polish, but yeah, that's not the look I'm going for. So it's going to be black, matte black, and yeah, you can really see all the details, you know, the oil capacity, the oil weight, 1040. Yeah, it's so what you want to do is make sure this is super clean. I went ahead and cleaned it off with soap, and now I'm just going to let it totally dry off, and then we'll do some the first spritz of the paint, just so the paint has starts to be able to stick to the rest of the coats. And I thought that was aluminum, but it's metal, so that's why the black didn't come off. But we'll repaint this thing. I was going to polish it up, but yeah, we'll paint it black. So there you go. Alright guys, there you go. Left side, I went ahead and switched this to the back, ran to behind the forks, through the holder here, and then there you go. So thanks for the help, guys. Okay, there you go. This is all pretty much dry, but we'll let it sit for a few more hours, and then I'll probably install it later tonight. But yeah, look at that. Came out really good. Alright guys, just bought this pipe, which I was going to build my own you know, mid pipe, but you know, if I want to just change this later, I can just cut it right here. It's just too hard to, you know, you can't find it, but I can make it, but I don't want to. So anyways, I bought this one, and I'm just gonna go stock for now. We'll see how it works out. You can see it's Suzuki, and I know it's got a bunch of scratches and stuff like that, but check this out. So I did a little experiment on the backside. She's heavy. Anyways, okay, so did a little bit of wet sanding on pretty much look like that, all the scratches, and it's just real quick wet sanding, and then took it on my buffer. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Not too shabby. All right, got the chain cover on there, got the shift lever adjusted, and yeah, so there's actually a fourth bolt here, but the actual standoff is broken, but it's pretty solid. I mean, as long as it doesn't hit anywhere down here, but it looks pretty good. Now let's remove the clutch. The cover's off and painted and everything, but I gotta remove the spring bolts. I want to actually inspect the discs. Let's do that. So I went ahead and broke these loose, and they're all loose already, but this one, I don't know, I had to unscrew it like all the way with the socket, so I don't know if it's the thread or something like that's going on there, but we'll chase those down. I think I'm going to chase all these as well. That's why I marked this one. Got most of the discs out. I mean, there's a couple in there, but they all look the same. And there's material on there. I was kind of looking at any burns on the actual on here. I mean, everything looks pretty good. So we'll go ahead and put that back in there now that we inspected it. Just want to make sure. Yeah. Okay. So they did smash the washer down to make sure that bolt nut doesn't come off. So looks good in here. I'm gonna go ahead and we'll chase. Now that I got that off, I don't remember. But anyways, I think it was this one right here. But we'll chase them all. It's probably the same as this two as well, so we'll get that done. So there you go. 1.0 pitch. And this is a 6mm by 1.0. Hopefully that's focused in there, you can see that. But anyways, we're going to chase it with that. And this is actually the clutch cover, and this is the clutch cover, and then the spring bolt. So they're the exact same pitch and size. So we're going to chase all those threads. And then put the springs back in, and then we'll put the cover back on. Alright guys, so specs are 8 to 9.5 on the springs, and so 8.5 on all of them. Good to go. Okay, so one of the last major things I got to do here. So left to right, I just kind of numbered it 1, 2, 3, 4, just to keep all the carburetors kind of in line and in order. So this is what I got to deal with. Look at these bolts, screws, whatever, all of them jacked up. So I bought this kit from Amazon. Hopefully they do the right fitment. But yeah, first step, get these bowls off, and then look at the sizes on each side or each carburetor to see what the main and the pilot. Check if they're clear, clean it out a little bit, because the bike actually ran. Actually not too bad, but we still want to find out what's inside of here, and then clean out any junk that's in here. And it was leaking, so I am going to replace, there's some small, according to the diagram, these little guys here, they're just rubber kind of connectors or sealers go in between here, I believe. So 1, 2, 3, 4, well, 2, but how many did I buy? I don't know, we'll figure it out. But I just don't know exactly where it's leaking, because it was in the bottom somewhere in the back, and couldn't see what the source was. I'm thinking that one of them might have been leaking, could have been up here, whatever, we'll figure it out, hopefully. So first thing is to get these things off. Probably gonna have to use my vice grips and various kind of tools I got here. Hopefully we can grab these with the vice grips and kind of spin the ones. This one looks okay, I might be able to get that out. Maybe this one with a flat head. This is gone, so let's get to work. So found a process that's actually working. So I'm just kind of notching the screws with my Dremel, and using this big, flathead. With this, I don't even have to hit it. It actually heats it up enough that it just loosens them up. So that's working out pretty well. Already got this one, and this one. Just got to get that one, and then this one. Sweet. All right, guys, not so bad. So yeah, I just made a notch like that, and they pretty much kind of crack loose. It wasn't too hard at all. So really what I'm going to do is start going through each one separately. I mean, can't be too difficult because, well, I've worked on carburetors, a lot of them. So this one, you can see there's some gunk on the bottom. It's not that bad. Here's your jets. That's probably the main right there, and the pilot is probably down inside there, and I can't remember what they call the middle one, but anyway, so the pilot's usually down there at main. So we'll take these out, and then we'll look at the numbers that should be on them, compare it to the actual kit I got, and see what's in there. I mean, honestly, as long as they're good, just gotta like, I got little, like, they're like little tiny metal wires. You could clear them out, and then I've actually got an ultrasonic that I can do too. The thing about it is that I don't want to take them all apart and put in the ultrasonic and get shit mixed up. But yeah, you can see there's some dirt going on there. Yeah, so we just here's super easy. Look at that. There's your float. There's the little needle. Oh yeah, that feels. I don't know, it feels pretty hard. Well, we'll see what the kit has. So yeah, usually that, and then looks like there's a screw that's holding this, which I think has an O-ring down here. this unscrews. This whole assembly comes out, and I believe there's another O-ring down there. I'm not sure if this comes out. It probably does. It probably has another O-ring down inside there too. But we'll check all that out, and then we'll where's the fuel screw? It's probably, I don't know. I don't want to flip it over because I want shit to fall out. But yeah, we want to mark and make sure, document everything. Like the fuel screw is 2 turns out, and we want to make sure we monitor each one. Otherwise, the initial sinking is going to be off. And it was running, I don't know, good, seemed good, but we'll get a meter. It's like a little mercury. I used to do it old school. I've done it once on a different motorcycle that had, I believe it was had 4 carburetors. So yeah, you definitely want to sync these up. Yeah, let's. I'm gonna take all this stuff apart. I just want to see what we have inside it as far as jet sizes, and then I'll be all right, guys. So I took the jets out, and I tried to use my camera and zoom in. I didn't see anything. They look pretty thrashed. I mean, like somebody just, God, man. I mean, can't even use normal screwdrivers to take this stuff out. I mean, it's like really gouged. I don't see any numbers on here. So this right here is held on right here with this little screw. Put that aside, and then this whole piece will come out. I just loosen this, and it's got a little collar, I guess you call it, right there. Put that here, and then I believe this should pull out. So I don't see anything else holding it. Let me see if I can get that pulled out. So I went ahead and removed the diaphragm cap, 2 screws, and then there's a spring in there. Remove the diaphragm. Literally just slides back in like that. But you can see, look at that. It's got like a sandy dust in there. That's no good. So I have a feeling that I'm going to be totally taking this apart. And look, there's an O-ring right there. So we got to get that. Should be in our kit. And then still got to figure out how to remove this. And then might be just putting this whole thing inside of the ultrasonic, because I don't know if I'm going to reuse all this stuff. I can't tell what size they are, and it's not clogged. That's the pilot. So these mains are almost never. The hole is so big that they usually never get clogged. These are the ones will keep your bike from idling. So let me figure this thing out. Not sure. I don't think I need to mess with this, but there's probably an O-ring here. That's probably why it's so hard to take out. I would think it just pulls out, but let's see what happens. Let me try. All right, guys, figured it out here how to get this off. So when we remove this, that actually holds it down, and the collar, there's a little washer that goes right there. So even though that was off, it was still kind of stuck. So I actually took some, deep crepe, but you can use PV blaster like that, and I sprayed in there, let it sit for, I don't know, a minute or two. And I just took some channel locks, and I was able to pull. So it actually was stuck. So let's see. It's hard to pull now that I got stuff on there, but there you go. So there you go. And that pulls off, and then there you go, more gaskets. So, and then after that's off, supposedly this whole, there you go, you just push this, and the whole plastic here comes out. So yeah, this really needs to be cleaned really well. You can see bunch of little bit of dirt inside of there. And in there as well. Look at that. I don't know if you can. There you go. Look at all that stuff in there. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the same in all the carburetors. Plus, supposedly there's an O-ring right here. It's supposed to go here. Well, that wasn't there. So whoever rebuilt this before, besides jacking up all the heads off of the all the jets, didn't reassemble it right, but it was running. But it wasn't sealing as far as I have a feeling. The float. So we gotta look in there too to make sure that's all clean. Where this goes to seal. I bet it wasn't sealing good. And well, I saw in the kit it does have new ones of this, but I don't know if there's no numbers on here. I have no idea what is coming out. I'll try to take pictures and then zoom in, but they're so jacked up that, I mean, usually there's writing on there, but I'll try to brush them with a brass brush and then see if some numbers come up. But it would be nice to know what they are, because obviously if you change out your exhaust, you need to change out this main and pilot. This supposedly is a choke, so this will just stay the same. But anyways, yeah, here it is. Not so difficult. The only difficult part's going to be for me when I have to separate these, because I definitely want to change out that these, which I did buy. I think it was 6 of them. It's on the other side here. Yeah, of course. Here. No, that's the throttle. Let's turn this over. I left one screw in all these because I didn't want to put pressure on all that stuff. Oh, it's on the other side here. So, here. I just flipped it over. Okay. I'm blind. Oh, duh. Okay, it was here. Okay, turn it over again. So right here. So here you can see this is where the fuel inlet is, and you see all this where it right here, 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 here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I dropped one, but here. That's what they look like. I want to replace those because, like I said, I don't know where the leak was, and I want to make sure that I take care of these. And I always put silicone on stuff like this, so it's easier to slide on. Plus, it kind of protects it, keeps it, supple. But yeah, first things first, we gotta clean that out. That looks horrible. So after inspecting all this stuff, I wouldn't doubt if it wasn't leaking from the bowls, because this is completely flat and these are hard. Yeah, like really hard. So yeah, good thing about that kit. So we got a lot of O-rings to replace. There, the missing one that came off of here, the main, this one, and then we got one here where the diaphragm came out right there. But yeah, that's pretty much it. It's not much else. I don't think there's anything else in there. I might just disassemble it like this and then throw it in the ultrasonic, like all together how this is, and then yeah, I don't know, only because I'm afraid to take it all apart and then forget how to put it back together. But yeah, fun stuff. So literally had to use my heat gun to soften this up enough where I can actually stab it with my X-Acto and take it out. This is, wow, this is really bad. And it's the same here. I mean, totally flat. How this was even running right, I don't understand. But yeah, you know, this is definitely leak areas. So that's probably what it was. And this is where the main is. So you have to use 8mm on here. And then I use this size screwdriver to get the main out. And yeah, it's like unreadable. It's so hacked up here that I'll put a picture of it, of what it's supposed to be, but I wonder if they're all like that. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. Somebody really hacked this guy up. And there's a little screen there. Clean that out. Wow. Okay. Alright guys, so I've got a question here. So the mixture screw is covered with a brass cap. You know, I've seen this before in a lot of Chinese carbs. They block it off so nobody can mess with it. And usually have to just drill that little tiny hole there, and then you're able to just pop this little brass cap off, and it's under there. Has anybody else had to do that? These are actually OEM Mikuni carbs. So I know these are the stock carbs, but just wonder if that's what you guys had to do, because yeah, I really want to take that out and be able to you know, manually, because I mean, how do you sync the carbs if you can't adjust that? So more inspection on these carburetors before I start disassembling, get them in the ultrasonic, is the choke mechanism. So back in here, this inside here is a little bit bent. You can kind of see how I can move it. It wasn't actually working on this fourth carburetor, so now that I got that tab in there, see, now it works. So I gotta make sure to take it apart is to get this, just bend this in a little bit so it grabs that. All these are going to be replaced. I was going to use that card kit, but it didn't have enough Phillips screws. So what I'm going to do is I just kind of took, I mean, it was lacking, maybe just for, because I want to replace these two as well. They're the same. I went ahead and bought some on Amazon, and the size is, which actually this is what helped me out, is this one right here. M5.8 times 14mm. So I went with the Allen head ones, so that way this doesn't happen again. You can see they're all pretty much hacked up. I don't know what's going on with this thing. I'm gonna try to fix that as well. So let's get to disassembling, cleaning. The whole assembly doesn't look too difficult, actually. Just make sure you replace all these O-rings. I got the bowl and also the that one that goes on here off, and yeah, they're flat, they're pretty hard, so all that gets replaced, and yeah, they should be looking good as new. So there you go. You can see here, this one actually had the O-ring, but yeah, see how brittle that is? It just fell apart. So we get the order of this thing right. So you can see there's a little collar down here. So that's at the bottom, and then there's a washer below that. Collar, then washers below that. Alright guys, I'm going to drill these out. So I'm going to get a small drill bit, drill this, all four of them, because I need to get to that fuel screw down there, because that has an O-ring on it, and I'm going to replace that too. I did ask the group, and they're saying don't touch it because it's California model, you shouldn't have to, but I mean, that makes no sense. It's an O-ring, dude. It has to be changed out. You're just going to count out what the turns are, and they're more than likely going to be the same on all four. We're going to verify that. So let me drill this out, and then we'll pop this cap off. Alright guys, there's the hole drilled, and see how easy it is to pop this guy off. Might need, see, there you go. I think it's coming out. Yeah, I'm going to have to hold the carburetor down. It's starting to move. Yeah, I need to hold it, get some leverage. There's that little cap. There, you can kind of see how thick it is. So it took some coaxing. I used this really skinny screwdriver because my pick, that thing was going to break off. But there we go. There's the fuel screw right in there, and then we'll count how many turns. Actually, let's take care of that now. Okay. Let's back it up. Ugh, my screwdrivers. This is not so good. So let me get a better screwdriver for this. Let's go ahead and try this again. Okay, half, one. That's like 1 1/4. So put it back at 1 1/4. And we'll check all the rest of them too. So that's 1 1/4. So there you go. There's your needle, washer, O-ring, and the spring. So it's going to be spring, washer, O-ring, just like that. So this is why you have to take these out, so you need to replace that O-ring. Alright, I've never seen this before, but like we found out, this is 1 1/4, totally closed, totally closed, totally closed. So clockwise, it's totally shut. There's no screwing in. Same with this one. I had to spray some PB blaster in it because I wasn't sure. That's totally closed, but I can loosen it. That's totally closed. I don't know. That's weird. Guess I gotta ask the group about that one because that is really weird. That should all match. Sorry for the pool pump noise, but I gotta let it run. So anyways, ultrasonics got the 4 carbs, so I just put the assembly in there. I'm going to let that run until, well, for 30 minutes. But I want to get it clean before I disassemble it to put the seals in. Anyways, you can see really how dirty. See that fuel? Look at that. It's all over the floats. And yeah, I got it all taken apart. So each carburetor has their own. Parts are inside the bowl. So once that the big part is done, I might flip it over and do it again on the carb assembly. I'll show you what's going on here. But yeah, we'll let that run here for 30 minutes. Right now it's at the actual temp is 55. It's at 80 for the highest, but it takes forever. Need that much water. So yeah, we'll let that do its thing, and then we'll throw these in there. Probably not the covers, don't really need to do that, but yeah, I definitely want to get all this clean. Yeah, it should be alright, this too. Definitely not the diaphragms with this I can clean manually, but you can see all the gunk in there, and needle that sits on top for the spring. Alright, the fuel inlet rebuilt, has a brand new rubber O-ring gasket, whatever. I also added the fuel oil, like RTV, black RTV. That works really well. Just got to make sure it dries like fully, and then same thing on the sensor for the fuel. I put in a couple new O-rings in there. I didn't have the exact one, so I used a couple just large ones, and then kind of flooded it with that RTV, and we'll let that dry up, and then I think tomorrow then we'll put the actual gas cap on there. But yeah, that's just the bottom, and yeah, I polished it, and yeah, you never will see it, but oh well, I did it anyways. Thing to do is to rebuild the petcock. I got a whole kit here for that. Looks like new screws, looks like these ones right here. This is the one that's just holding the handle here, and we'll take this apart, and then we'll you know, maybe I'll fire up the ultrasonic and clean that out really well. Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, so I don't mess up on reassembly, just take the screws out, and then the cover, and that's what we're left with. It looks like, yeah, that's the O-ring, and actually, let's see what comes out. It should just pop out. Of course, it's gonna be hard with one hand. There you go. So there you go. It's like, yeah, this is like that little those tension washers. Make sure you don't lose that, because I don't see that in the kit. Yeah, just O-rings. So yeah, we got that tension that goes underneath that. There we go, and then that washer, you can see, goes all around it. So we're gonna clean this out really good, remove this inside because we got another one in the kit. Let's do that, and then throw it in the ultrasonic. All right, petcock is all cleaned up out from the ultrasonic, and I already put, you can see inside there, the new gasket in there, new gasket on here on the knob, and so you see that opening there. We want to match that to that. That's where it came off, just like that. And this one, the notch here, if you can see that notch, like right there, faces this direction. So drop this in like so. So make sure you don't mess up that O-ring. Should be fine. It doesn't look like it. There you go. And then the spring washer, and then this notch on the right side, and that should be it. 2 screws, then the actual knob. Alright, there she goes, all rebuilt. So the off position, and then there's the on, and then reserve. So I tested it all out as far as you know, the reserve, and this is the on, and this is actually what goes to the pump, which goes to the carburetors. All right, guys, today's the day we're going to separate these carburetors. Take note, there's little clips here. Looks like there's one missing here. Right here, we gotta squeeze these tangs in. It's pretty easy, and then slide this out, and then this whole choke lever, whatever, should remove. Was working yesterday, but I did put this in the ultrasonic, and now I don't know which one is stuck, but it's not working. We'll fix that. And then we got these. Well, the nuts on this side. So the nut on this side, nut on that side is actually what's holding these together. So the goal today is to replace all these seals that are here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you can even see that one's already broken. So there they are, and there's the part number. There's the seals. So we got 6 of them. Got the carb kit. Gonna get that all together. I'm gonna reuse the old jets because the kit I got, well, they're not numbered, so I have no idea what size jets those are. I'm not gonna take any chances. Old jets are fine. They were just dirty. Those are all clean now. So we'll get to doing that, and then I'll probably also fix this. I don't know, man. It's so weird. But anyway, this whole thing's all kind of contorted. We'll just, I don't know. I'll take it off and then just kind of flatten this on the vise. But yeah. So thing to note is there's that spring. Let me see if I can. That's kind of hard. There you go. This side. No, this side. All right. So right inside there. Just if we get a good shot in there. So that spring. That's on the top. Kind of see right there. So that one, you gotta make sure it doesn't, like when I start taking it apart, it doesn't go flying off, and I gotta figure out probably with some, I don't know, needle nose pliers or something like that to get those back in once I start sliding these carbs back together. I think that's the only thing that I gotta be very careful of. I might even put a bag on top of this when I slide them apart. I don't know if I'm gonna totally take them apart, like just enough to kind of, you know, get the those seals replaced, and then we'll kind of play it by ear. But anyways, that's the whole goal, is to replace those. That's all I'm doing that for. I'm not really separating them all apart. And then we gotta sort out that choke. Let's get going. All right, guys, before I pull this apart, so I got both the nuts off here on both sides. It's loose, and I'm going to pull like this carburetor from this carburetor just a little bit and see if that spring pops out. Honestly, it's so small I don't want it to go fling it in. I'll never find it if it flies off. So that's what we're gonna do, and then we'll split the carbs apart. So I'm gonna keep this shaft on. Hopefully I don't need to take it all the way off, just because all I'm doing is just replacing those. That's it. All right, hopefully you can see what I'm seeing here, but okay, so this tab, which is, let's see if we can get in there. So this tab right here sits on top of the spring. So I was trying to pull these two apart, but this, literally they separate right down the middle easier. But so it looks like this tab needs to sit on top of this spring once I get them put back together. But yeah, here you can see this one's already coming out. That's that seal we need to replace, and we'll get to doing that. And looks like there's, I don't know, looks like there's an O-ring right here, and we'll figure that out when we pull this guy out. So there's that center one. This is where the fuel line goes to. So there's a washer and then an O-ring there. I mean, the one we're replacing is actually still in there. We gotta take it out, which is this thing right here. I'm looking at this diagram, and dude, I'm not seeing in a washer or O-ring there. I don't know what's going on there, but now I gotta see if I have replacement O-rings like this. Now, we'll see how it goes. Alright, so this is the orientation that it came out. You can see there is actually two sides to this, and this is the direction it came out of the carburetor. So the large part there will go to the outside, at least on that one, and then we'll do the same thing on this side. I got these green O-rings here that I'm gonna use. These ones are, yeah, they're already starting to fall apart. So yeah, good thing we took these apart. And I'm gonna put silicone grease on there, and then we gotta kind of clean that hole up a little bit so we can get a good seal. So here's the other one that goes in between the like first, second, or third and fourth. Look at that. Yeah, no bueno. Although I don't see an O-ring on this, so let's see. That's good. All right, let's get the change in that. And I already cleaned the inside of the hole. You know, this one. So
we can try to go ahead and just replace these and then slide them together, and then we'll work on the last one. So I'm going to go ahead and replace these two, which is I don't know, vacuum or air, whatever that is that goes between here. Probably vacuum, but yeah, these are really bad too. So while I'm splitting them, I might also do that. And yeah, the spring fell out, but I got it right here. Oh, yeah, I don't know what's going on with my camera, why it's doing this weird. Anyways, right there. All right, guys. Yeah, that was a pain. Try to get these all together. That spring is, wow. Yeah, it's, I mean, using a pick, a knife, some forceps. I mean, I finally got it in there, but yeah, it's a serious pain, but had to be done. So we replaced all the all those O-rings here. So here, got new O-ring here. See, this still moves. It's a little bit tight, which is perfect. The air or vacuum, those are good. New O-rings. So yeah, we're ready to reassemble. Also, choke is now working again. So yeah, this was yeah, so it wasn't connected over there to this side. Just bent this down. Put silicone to kind of make the mechanism a little bit more smoother. So yeah, we don't have this one clip here, but it seems to be operating without it. And then had to straighten this out. This is really bent way out here. This thing, yeah, I didn't take it off, and I just kind of bent it more flat. This one more straight, but I think that's fine. We'll see once we hook up the carburetor, because yeah, I'm not taking these carburetors apart again. So anyways, just let you know, it's back together. But yeah, if you split these, they are a pain to get back together. Alright guys, hopefully you can see this. I have to get a light on this, but these are all the diaphragm caps. And you know, if you can kind of see right in here, yeah, it's a crack. Like three out of four have some type of cracks. Like you can even see here, it's cracked. See where else? Yeah, right there too. So this is just the one that holds the spring. Kind of just pulls out, just so you know. So we're gonna have to epoxy this to seal it, because it's definitely a leak for the diaphragm to work correctly. So we'll go ahead and do that, and then we just let it set. I can't really put this. I can't put the covers on, like the float bowl and these anyways, because I'm still waiting for the new screws, which are Allen head, that I bought. So they're coming in today, and then we can seal it all up. But for now anyways, we gotta fix all those cracks. Yeah, you can even see, kind of hard to see, but after I clean them, then you can really see it. Yeah, here too, kind of see it right here. That probably isn't leaking right there, but this one, it's this material. I've seen a lot of European cars too use this, like kind of a really hard plastic, and it just gets brittle. So anyways, we gotta fix that. Well, one down, 3 more to go. Alright, carburetor is rebuilt, and just waiting for the Allen head screws to come in today. You can see I had to repair. They were cracked, so I didn't want an air leak going on there, or a vacuum leak, whatever. Reuse the old jets, even though they're a little wonky because of whoever the last owner just doesn't know how to use tools.
all the fuel mixture screws are set at 1 1/4, and seriously, the good thing I removed this. I mean, not only just to replace the O-ring that's in there, these were all 1, 2, and 3 were all closed, and that's with the brass cover over it. I'm not sure why. This was 1 1/4, which is spec. This is completely stock exhaust, stock air box, so that's where I want it. All new for the fuel connector, whatever. All brand new rubber inside there. So there was 6, and then there was a couple O-rings here, and then fix the choke, which was well, this was bent, so I rebent that. Now they're all it wasn't actually choking this last carburetor. And then once we get the screws, we can put the diaphragms back in. Just got to make sure the top of the needle, there's the spacers or whatever, they go in correctly. And so yeah, just waiting on those screws. And don't forget to put those back under here, along with the springs. So anyways, cross the fingers. So for those that are doing this, well, you really need to rebuild these things. I mean, all the O-rings, they were all dry. Some even was missing. There was one of the carburetors missing a brass washer that went for under here, and I did verify that the float plunger, I call it a plunger, piston, whatever, is sealing by blowing the air through the fuel inlet, and then opening each one and just making sure they're all they seal. When the fuel is all the way to the top, it'll actually close it off. So that's all good. Yeah, so waiting on the screws, and then we can slap this bad boy back on. So yeah, this was all ultrasonic cleaned, blew out with air all the orifices, so it's good to go, hopefully. And another tip here is that you got to make sure that the gasket that's underneath this is completely straight, just because there's a lot of little small holes in there, and if that's not lined up, hopefully I did it right, but I literally tipped the carburetor so where it was completely level, and then just kind of slowly put it on while holding the plastic thing that actually removes. So yeah, not fun, especially when you're splitting these carburetors off, because that spring inside of there is really hard to get back on there straight. But yeah, I did get it, and yeah, we're just hoping this is it's definitely gonna be better than it was, but hopefully all the gaskets is what I'm worried about lined up when I put it all back together. All right, we're getting there. All right guys, finally done. It's like 7 o'clock at night, but yeah, Amazon finally brought those Allen head bolts. Got those installed on the top as well. Looking good. Yeah, so now I think it's gonna be tomorrow. I'm gonna slap this on, and I don't know, I might have enough time. Nah, probably won't. I'll probably have to see if I can get the gas tank on there. I got the fuel lines to replace, and then we can try to start her up. Alright guys, today's the day. I'm gonna pop these on there. So these are all brand new clamps. I got them situated to where I know I just kind of like set the carburetors like right here, and then just to kind of make sure I can get to all those screw heads to tighten it down. I put silicone dielectric grease basically, and I use that on everything, like has to do with O-rings and rubber parts and stuff like that.
Just keeps them real pliable, and this is going to slip right on there easily. Of course, I'm going to replace all this fuel lines. It'll all be brand new. But yeah, it's time to pop that guy right there. Alright guys, there you go. It's all installed, clamps in there. Let's see if you can kind of see. All in there, nice and straight. And yeah, she's pretty tight. So there you go. Now it's just to start running new lines, and then right here we'll put a filter there as well, and then hook up the idle screw, remote idle screw down there somewhere. There it goes right here down to that right there. So yeah, and then we'll get also the drain lines also hooked up too, because if that float doesn't hold, I don't want gas leaking all over here. So yeah, let's get to doing that. All right guys, I had to take this whole the carburetor assembly off again, so I removed the choke rail, and I got to remove all these chokes because they're not functioning as they should, and it was really difficult to pull the rail to make this operate. So this happened when I put this in the ultrasonic. I mean, I never took these off, so something inside is kind of hanging them up, and they're not really smooth. I could feel the kind of a drag. So I'll take all those off. Let's see how they come off on this first one, because it's the easiest one to get to. Okay, so it looks like they have like a retaining type clip, and you can see the direction of the actual, where they're actually tabs are kind of holding in. So I took really two very small like ended screwdrivers, and then I pushed them in. Well, kind of held them in, kind of stuck them in there, and then I used another screwdriver to kind of pull this out, and that exposes the whole assembly. And you can see it literally, there's a washer here, and look at that. Yeah, and then it's all got a bunch of corrosion on there. And then this spring, and then looks like the whole plunger, you can feel the drag. There's something that needs to be cleaned out in there. Let's see what we got inside the end of this. There you go. Yeah, look at all that corrosion. That's why it was dragging. Okay, then we gotta clean that hole out. Alright guys, here we go. I went ahead and cleaned the carburetor, the orifice or choke hole, whatever you want to call it, really good. And then I did the ultrasonic on all these parts here. This is pretty much it that's inside of the choke, besides these here. So those are what actually holds the whole choke parts in. So I'm gonna put some silicone grease in here for the O-ring part, again, to keep it supple. And I might smear a little bit here. I don't know, maybe a little bit there, but we'll see how it works. I'll try it on one. I just don't want this to corrode again. So after the ultrasonic, I use this very, very fine steel wool to kind of smoothen it all out really nice. And then I hit all these parts with carb cleaner. So tip, when you do the ultrasonic, I use Pine Sol. That's my pretty much like the detergent part of it. And you really got to like get that stuff off of there once you take it out. Just rinse the heck out of it, because it leaves a film on it, and well, that's what the problem was here. So I just rinse it off really well, dried it off, and then steel wool, and then used carb cleaner and all that stuff. So yeah, looks pretty much new. So we'll stick one in, and then we'll see how it operates with some dielectric grease or silicone grease, and then we'll see how well it functions on the one. And if it does well, then we'll just do all four. Alright guys, did a bunch of experimenting. So even
after cleaning that with like a brush and stuff like that inside the bore, it was still a little bit, you could feel like almost metal to metal. So what I did is I took a steel wool and a screwdriver and kind of jammed it up inside there, and then spun it with a screwdriver, just to kind of get that bore nice and smooth, and that seemed to work. And then I did use dielectric grease on the piston. So there you go. So that one, let's see here, I'll show you. That one's working. That one's working. That one's working, and that one's working. So yeah, they kind of go back a little bit slow, and that's only because of the grease. I'm sure that once that gets gas on it, that's going to loosen up. But that doesn't matter. It's really not the speed of it, because you're moving the lever this back and forth. So let's put that bracket back on and see how it functions. Guys, I think we're good to go, so here you go. It's actually working pretty smooth. Before it was really notchy, and it was actually hard to pull, and yeah, that'll probably eventually snap the cable, bend shit. So yeah, this at some point I bent straight, but what it is that it's supposed to be bent a little bit because the distance from the actual end cap of the cable has to be a certain length, so it doesn't actually have the choke on while it's supposed to be off. So that's working pretty smooth. Actually feels good. Just the drag from the grease, but that's fine. Yeah, as long as that works. What a pain. Alright guys, choke is functioning properly. There you go. On. Off. Well, a little bit of slack here. Just a little bit, and you kind of want to make sure those plungers are all the way in, so that it will show that the choke is off. So yeah. Alright, next let's get the throttle hooked up, and then we can move on, finally. Just another step down. Put a couple of washers here and here, because I wanted the spacer here, and yeah, I just did a Dremel to give it a slot so I can slide it over the cable. So we got a little bit of play here, and nice and smooth. Alright, we've got a throttle and a choke. Now let's move on to getting all these new fuel lines all hooked up. I'm going to take this fuel pump off. This is going to bother me the way it looks. So the top hose here, and when it mounts, that top hose goes to the carburetor. Yep. Right, it goes right to that one. So that goes to the carburetor, and then we're going to stick a filter here before it gets to the carburetor. Pump's all polished up. That's going to add an extra 10 horsepower for sure. So I'm not really sure why this circuit is open. I have a feeling there was a cover here, but it's not there now. So I'm going to go ahead and put some silicone RTV anyways on there, just to cover it up, because there's no reason for that to be open like that. Yeah, extra 10 horsepower. There you go, all sealed up. Alright, everything's all hooked up. Throttle, choke, got all my drain lines, or overflow actually comes out to one down in front of the shock, to keep it away from the exhaust down there. New fuel filter goes down to the pump, which is on the top, and then the bottom goes to the top of the petcock. This one down here goes to the the on, and this is reserve, something like that. But I already have the hoses connected to the tank, and yeah, I already cut them. So just gotta throw some oil in it and fuel, and then we can give it a try. My only concern is when I did the switch, there's 2 wires over here that were jumped on the hack from the previous owner, but the switch, those 2 extra spots on the wires, they don't do anything. So I might have to jump it, I'm not sure. But the lights turn on and all that stuff, starter works. It's just, I have a feeling that has to either do with the lights or the it could be ignition too, I'm not sure. But we'll figure it out. Maybe what we'll do is we'll get oil in it, I'll turn it on, pull this, just throw a spark plug on it, ground it, and then let's see if it can get spark. So then that'll verify ignition. Alright, let's get some oil on it. So here's the stuff I'm using: liquid moly 10W40. This is motorcycle, so it's clutch safe, and we're right at the full mark. Alright guys, let's check spark. Looks like we're good to go. Alright guys, well, got my first block here. So this pump isn't even working. I am getting 12 volts to the plug, but I don't hear anything. Tried tapping it to kind of get it to loosen up, but yeah. Oh boy. Well guys, I had it wrong. So because I didn't put a lot of fuel inside the gas tank, I put it on instead of reserve, and yeah, it's just silent. I figured this buzz or something, but no. Started pumping, and it did start it, but yeah, I can't get it to run right. I don't know. We'll figure that out, but at least it runs, and it's just burning off all that oil that got there when I was changing oil filter. All it dripped all there on the header. I tried to clean it off, but we'll let it burn off. Yeah, so the pump does work. Alright guys, here's my rear plastics. So a couple things I got to do on this left one is got to rebuild that there, and also I didn't notice this, but one of these things, whatever, a peg or whatever on this side, I need to rebuild there, just so this will have stability to fit correctly, and actually not flutter around. So yeah, I gotta do that and that, and we'll repaint it. Oh, not that I need to. Yeah, I do, because you'll be able to see. Yeah, we'll paint it orange. I still got some KTM paint, but we'll build this. So I might build a little bit wider just to give it some stability, strength, because it's it's gonna have some pressure when you push it on. But we'll hot staple it and all that stuff. Alright guys, this is the repair here, and this is the method to my madness. So yeah, you can see a little bit thicker. I just didn't want to take off any of the the actual the rear plastic piece, so we just kind of build on top of it. As long as you got the hole there to hold the grommet, and I think we're good. So we'll get this hot stapled. Alright, there you go, all hot stapled, and here's the other side. We'll go ahead and paint that orange and call it good. Now we have to work on that figure out building one of these things over here.
So question on these oil changes here. So full oil change and filter, completely drained out. So 3,000 milliliters is like 3.17 quarts. And yesterday I got it to the full line when cold. And this is stuff I'm using here. So that's 4.23. This is what's left. So you can kind of see I probably put at least 3 quarts in there, and I got nothing in the sight glass. And it's this is first thing in the morning. It's cold. It's been sitting overnight, so I'm kind of confused here on using the sight glass. So is there oil? I got no oil leaks, 0. This has all been sorted out. So I'm cold. So do I do the sight glass again, add some more and get it to full? Or, but that's going to add, I don't know, at least a couple more quarts. What say you?
Alright guys, here's the finished product of the tab I built. So that's the one on the other side. I just gotta measure the hole, probably make it a little bit bigger before I put the grommet in there. And also the standoff, built that. And the ones over there are a little dark, can't really see, but the measurements are right. It looks a little bigger, but if I have to, I can just Dremel the rubber grommet on the other side to make it a little bit bigger. Made that actually out of the end of a wood broomstick, so it's pretty hard wood. And then I put epoxy over it, and then obviously painted it. So should slip in there fine. I mean, that's the stock one. So yeah, now I can put these two pieces together with a light and get that on the bike. Alright guys, so this is, I just bought a cheap Amazon pump, and this is what I expect the pump to do. So key on, and then crank, key off. Alright guys, so looking at the plugs, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. A little rich, but not bad. I mean, yeah, you get some soot everywhere, but I mean, the guy was running iridium plugs. Problem, these things weren't totally torqued down, at least tight anyways. They're pretty loose. And this one, 4, the boot was like just sitting on top. It wasn't even like pushed in. So I guess that's probably where my issues were, but we'll see when we slap some new ones in. Alright guys, this is getting better. Let's see. Fully fuel filter. These like 1750, something like that. Here's the sink. So this is 3 turns out. Here's your holding. Alright guys, this is our project for today. Gonna do the exhaust wrap on the headers, and you can see it's really close here. I don't like that design, so we'll start from the inside, you know, get this wrapped, and then yeah, we got to do down here too as well. So I'm gonna wrap all the way up here to where the clamp's gonna be. I got it soaking in water. This has like fiberglass in it, so that's really itchy stuff. I've worked with this stuff before, so get it nice and soaked well. We'll do the same thing with this one. This is this DEI. I bought this before from Amazon, and these are actually the zip ties, I guess, wire ties. I don't know why they're so damn short, but I had some of these Dormans. These are long ones from the last project, so we'll use the small ones when it's on the small collectors header, and then we'll use these big ones from when I got a wrap over here. So yeah, it's gonna be a scorcher today, so I'm gonna try to get this done before it gets too hot out. And yeah, I don't like to work in the hot. It just makes me super lazy. And then let's see what else we got to go do today. We got to get the carbs to 3 1/4. We're at 3 now, and I can get it down idle like 1800. We got to get down to like 1350 for normal idle. So we got to open up those the fuel screw, and then I actually got some like metal decals or aluminum, whatever they are. I'm gonna cover these 2 big dents in here, and you got to use like a metal type decal that's high heat, otherwise, because it's normal decal is just gonna burn off. I mean, I don't have to cover them, but yeah, that'll bother me. So we'll go ahead and get that done and get that clamp on when it comes in today. So initially I had a 2 inch, then I went 2 1/4, and then actually got unlazy and then measured it, so it's 2 1/2. So get that 2 1/2 clamp on there, and then I got other project. I'm building a cover for that, so that way big rocks can't go smashing through the radiator core. And I got a surprise also too. I got a stencil as well and a custom do it. We'll see how that comes out. If it comes out okay, then we'll put it on. If it doesn't, then we'll just leave it the way it is. But yeah, let's get to doing this stuff here. Alright guys, just to show you, I'm trying to get this radiator out of the way so I have more room to wrap the headers. So there's a bolt right there, and then the same on the other side, and there's that bracket. That bracket actually is kind of in the way, so I can't lift the radiator straight up to get that out down the bottom. So we'll do that. Once we get that out of the way, then we can start wrapping. There you go. It gives us a little bit more room to kind of get in there and get a good wrap on there. Also wanted to mention about kind of like the wrapping, like where you want to start. So normally you want to start from the back forward, because just how the wrap ends up, and then the wind, you know, kind of is in a way so it doesn't, like, you know, flap or whatever like that. But all this is covered by the fairing, so it's not really, that's not going to help. So I think I'm going to start from the front and go back on each one. It's yeah, because honestly it's probably easier that way for me. Guys, there you go. Header wrap is installed. Got that little piece here. I bought a little bit more. I'm gonna wrap that all the way, like I said, up to the clamp. Then I gotta remount this radiator. Also had a couple dents here on my used stock exhaust, and so I just bought these. These are metal decals. So yeah, it looks a little better. I mean, there was just, I mean, there's a huge dent here, huge dent here and here. So I mean, that covers it. Just because, of course, it'll bother me. And yeah, I still got this one over here, but that's okay. At least it looks a little better. Alright. All the little things. Alright guys, good morning. So while we wait for the wrap to come in from Amazon, besides we gotta also remount that radiator. I'm gonna build this mount from here to down there with this aluminum I bought from Home Depot. It's like 1x36. It's an 1/8 inch thickness aluminum bar, and yeah, we'll bend it to how we need to bend it, and then probably drill some holes in it, and that's what I bought. I bought some bits and stuff like that. Then we'll polish it up, see how it comes out. And if we mess up the first time, we got a pretty long bar to try it again. Let's do that. Alright guys, something just like this. There you go. So we'll drill that top hole, and then we can do the bottom, and then we'll put some other holes in between. Probably on here, and here. Just give it a better look. And we'll either polish it up or paint it. I'm not sure. Probably would be good. Yeah, not sure. We'll see how we go. Alright guys, this is the look I was kind of going for. Got the holes in there. Now what we need to do is just give it a nice sanding down, and then let's polish it up. We'll see how it comes out. So there you go guys. I'd say that's sufficient for a muffler bracket. Not perfect, but I'd say good enough. Guys, there she goes. There's the mount. Not too bad. Kind of like it. So guys, here's the radiator shield that I made, and it's aluminum, some kind of mesh or something like that. And it's supposed to be a flag, but you really can't see it. But maybe at a certain angle at the side, maybe you can read what that says there on top of the flag. It's kind of hard there, but anyways, there she is. I got some the matte clear coat on it right now, so we'll see how that holds up. Alright guys, there it is. Old Glory. Got the shield nice and on there. It's tight. Got the like, they're basically fan mounts. Got those from Amazon, and it's also up here, so you can kind of see it right there. It's actually mounted to the bolts on both sides. It's not going anywhere. This is pretty solid. That'll protect the radiator. So yeah, came out better than I thought, and this was uncharted territory for me, so I like it. It's going to protect the radiator, and these holes are pretty there's not much of a resistance going on there. And I did get the exhaust wrap on all the pipes, the headers, and just got that one piece down there. I'm still waiting. They got delayed, Amazon, but no big deal. I got other stuff I got to work on. So, and I did run it, so I burnt this in, and they always smoke a little bit initially, and then it stops. So just a warning if you've never done this before. So yeah, that's all in there. You can see kind of the back side. That's the back side of the clips. I left a little bit, about half an inch, just so I can tighten it down, just in case it loosens up a little bit. But yeah, also too, like when I did run the bike, I was kind of when I set it to 3 1/4 on the fuel screw, I did get it down to about 1200, so actually pretty good. And temperature, it was like almost never climbed over a quarter. So, and then I was able to actually touch these while it was already warmed up. So that's going to help keep it cooler, because this is really close to that radiator. I mean, very close. So now it's at least going to shield it a little bit. And then we got our rock shield as well. So off to the next thing. Guys, disassembled my my instrument cluster here, and because I gotta get rid of that hole, and also this whole tab is missing here. So also this all came out pretty easily, as far as it coming apart and stuff like that. It's just one metal bracket right there, and then most of them slip off except this one. You have to use a real small Phillips. Doesn't have to be special. It's not JIS or anything, just a small screwdriver or Phillips screwdriver. Get it right down that hole, and that'll unscrew from there, and then you can actually pop this guy out. So let's get to refurbishing this guy. Okay guys, there you go. There's a repair on the bezel. Covered the hole, got that piece on there, so at least the one side of plastic can now actually screw onto that. Same on this, same as this side. So we'll get epoxy to fill in the spaces here, sand it, and then we'll just repaint it. So I also there was a bunch of like splatter from whatever overspray from the previous owner. It was like black, so a lot of this, the messages back here are, I mean, they were all spotty. So I actually took the cover off. I 800 grit wet sand, and then I did 2000, and then I polished it. So it came out pretty good. It looks new actually. And then cleaned also the below it too as well. There's like a little plate, whatever, down there. So yeah, look at that. Nice. Guys, time to get these ready to fit these, well, at least prepare it. So these are cheap Chinese ones, but I just didn't want to buy the OEMs. They're too expensive. Even though it says it's for the RF600, these bolts are too long. You can see this is the factory. So I'm just going to mark it just like that, and then we'll cut the bolt down. Keep the nut on there, so that way when you back it out, it'll actually clean the threads off from the end. And yeah, that'll be good to go for that. That way we can use the factory nuts that come with the bike, and then we'll reuse the gasket. This gasket's good. I did buy some other gaskets that actually goes on the frame part, the cage or whatever, and we'll reuse that. These were just some washers the previous owner used that we're not going to use. So yeah, there you go. So just like that, you want to keep it cool too. I just have like a bottle of this alcohol that I use actually for prepping my painting surfaces before I paint. I just had it here on the bench. So yeah, you want to keep it cool because this is all inside of the plastic. So if this gets too hot, it's going to melt, and it's going to get loose inside there. So there you go. All right, so here's where we're at here. Chinese, look at that curve. So this is the OEM. That's pretty flat to me. So that's the mounting surface, which is on the actual fairing. So we need to get that as flat as we can without, I know there's going to be a dip right down in the center, but you know, that's okay. But we got to get rid of this stuff here and get it as we can get it as flat as we can. And I'm going to use my Dremel for that. There it goes, all done. A little bit better. Cleaned off all the glass. You can still kind of see. You can still kind of see the outline of the hole, but well, at least there's no hole there. And then you got a tab here. Now, just gonna wait till when I install it. And the plastics. I can't remember which side. I think it's the. Anyways, so we'll drill this hole once we have the other plastics on it, and then we can mark it and drill it. But anyways, whole lot better. Let's slap this guy back on. Alright guys, so yesterday afternoon and today was the sort out this electrical stuff with all the lights and stuff like that. So I was able to get the brakes all working. The wire over here wasn't connected right, so I got that all sorted out. Now we got the brake light switch working with the front brakes. Rear was working, so that's why I knew that the wire that I found, because literally this was all hacked up. So anyways, I got the brake lights all hooked up, and I put connectors on there so that way they can be removed, especially because I got to remove this. This is all just kind of like a test fit, make sure everything fits, and also to sort out the wiring for the brake and the daytime running lights. So that I could not find a wire. I tried from here for the daytime, but it wasn't one. So what I did is I used one of these kind of an adapter thing, so I didn't lose the 20 amp fuse that's there already. And you just plug it in here, which is the lower one, which is what was there before, and this one is actually going to protect the daytime. So I just needed something with ignition on to turn the daytime running lights on. Ran the wire, put a splitter here, and this one goes forward, one goes back, and did all the connections back here. So that's all working now. So I got brake lights, turn signals, and daytime running back there. And then same thing here. This is the ignition on, so this is going to go to the daytime running, and all the turn signal wires, those are all good to go. I just gotta hook it up, but I can't do that until I sort out what's going on up front, which I gotta relocate those horns because they're a little bit thicker. And I bought these off Amazon because I want something loud, and the one that was on before, it was kind of weird. It's down there. I think it's just old, and you barely heard anything. I just want something loud in case I needed to use it. But what I'm thinking is that because it hits as you turn, like down there somewhere, like probably the bracket, I think it was the bracket down there, it was hitting the horn. I might relocate them up here somewhere, underneath the front fairing, and then point it downwards, the horn part. Yeah, I think that might be what I need to do. And then I also need to, always figure out a couple things. Another thing too is that the light doesn't turn on, so I didn't check that to make sure that it works. The neutral, high beam, the oil, I think the battery or something like that light does work, but this does not turn on when I do the turn signals. So it's okay, because all this is all temporary. It was just fitted in there just so I can see the space I have in here, and also route the wires correctly. So got to sort that out. Oh yeah, so there's a screw that goes there on there. Didn't know that. There you go. Okay. Anyways, yeah. We're getting there. At least the electrical is almost done. And then we'll work on I got the exhaust wrapping, and I'm going to finish off this one down there. Got to do that, get the clutch hooked back up. Cable's just hanging there. Same with the speedo cables down there too. Oh yeah, another thing too is this. Well, this doesn't line up down there with, see the peg to here? Look how it already hits. So whoever had it, he made notches down there, but it doesn't fit. So I'm gonna see, when I take this rear fairing back off, I'm gonna see if I can get this to fit back into the stock area where there's two areas a bolt back here, which is actually holding the hanger for the exhaust that I made. So if I can get them both, if it's the right width. I'm just not sure why he did that, drilled holes in the frame and mounted up there. So I mean, I was going to keep it there, which is what I did, but you can see that the plastics don't fit. It doesn't. This side's okay, but not this side. But I got to sort that out as well. But we're really close, and I haven't closed this up in the front too as well, because I'm going to remove the carbs again. I bought the OEM stock pilots because I have no idea what the previous owner. They were just so hacked up. I couldn't even tell the actual size of them. It was, yeah, you just couldn't. I even tried to do the camera close up and all that stuff, but I'm going to pull that out, put the stock pilots in there, and see the running, whether or not I got to keep it at 3 1/4, because that honestly that seems too high. And this is stock, totally set up, so that should be like 2.5, you know, at the most. I know spec says 1 1/4, which is really lean, but just my experience, that shouldn't be 3 1/4. That seems too much fuel if the pilot was correct, and with a full stock setup. I mean, that pipe's stock, the air cleaner's on there. That's to me turns out. So we got to sort that out too. I want to probably replace all these fuel injection clamps, because for some reason they were starting to slip off, which is weird. These are should be, I think it's the hose, material of the hose. I heard bad reviews on this, that this really isn't at 300 psi. They crack, or I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But I'm gonna get it right before I get all the stuff back on it, and then I gotta fix there's tabs on the one side of the side fairing there, or cowl, whatever you call those. I gotta fix some of the it's missing like 3 tabs, so I gotta fix that. That's almost like the last thing really I need to do. So right now I did all the testing with the ignition on. The signals work, daytime running works. It's pretty cool how these LEDs, how they have also running and the braking signal all in there into one. So it just gives us more, and then the stock stuff works as stock. So that's kind of what I'm working on, and we'll get to going. All right, guys. Had to fix this clutch handle because this is some aftermarket. This is actually the factory clutch handle base, whatever. But the guy added this, and this literally was not opening up all the way, basically. So the handle was really close to here, and yeah, I wanted to get a full clutch, so I got that working. I had to drill out the spacer in here, different bolt, got a nylon lock washer so it doesn't. I had to grind down here to bring this up, because this was actually sitting way down here and it was hitting here. So yeah, I mean, OEM is just way better, but I had to make this work, and just a bunch of washers here, so it's not too bad. It's actually, and it's pretty smooth. Did that, and then so I mounted my horns. Here you go. I just kind of brought the bracket inside. It kind of hits a little bit and then pushes this back a little bit, but then it doesn't catch on anything. And the same thing on the other side. So we got the horns sorted out. Also got the exhaust wrap all done, so that's all good to go now. And now next thing I need to do is get that, measure that passenger peg bracket, and see if I can get it mounted in the right spot. We'll see. There had been a reason why he drilled the frame and put that there, but we need to, because this right side, it isn't, the back plastics won't fit with that thing there sitting like that. Anyways, let's get to that one, or I'm gonna take a break. God, it's freaking hot out here. I figured out why this thing is mounted here. So yeah, this is from a different bike. Like I said, it could be a GSXR, I'm not sure what they are, but this here to here is wider than the factory from there to there. So I mean, the only good thing is I can remove these, and then those can be put after the plastics and all that stuff. But yeah, bummer. That's kind of why those were mounted there. So the guy never had the plastics, actually, the peg going into the hole, because there's no way it's going to reach it. It's like that far back, at least an inch. So I'm not cutting my plastics. So we'll see if we can find some correct ones. All right, today I want to get the brakes working, front and rear. Just showing you, this is what I use. So I just do it reverse. This goes down on the bleeder, open it up, and I just pump through new brake fluid. You can see here, haven't used it in years. Look how dirty it is. So we'll put fresh fluid in there. We'll crack open the bleeder screw, take off the cover off the reservoir, and then we'll suck out the old stuff. Also take it out and put all new, and that should do it. But yeah, there's a bunch of different ways, and bleeding brakes, and just some new tools, some check valves and stuff like that. But this has always worked for me, so we'll see how the old school stuff works. All right, guys, getting all set up here. So that's a 5/16 on the bleeder, and cleaned up the old stuff out of there. Cleaned it up really well. I actually bought some JIS screwdrivers, and yeah, huge difference in how this stuff fits. Look at that. I mean, it's like perfect. So I mean, yeah, normal Phillips would probably work fine, but this will also keep it from getting, stripped out. And then we got everything covered. Definitely don't want to be jacking up my actually, I'm going to cover that caliper too with a rag. I just don't want to get brake fluid on this stuff, and it paint starts coming off. But we got a bowl here, so I'm going to put .4. That's what it takes. Clean stuff here. We'll suck out the old stuff and dump it there. You can see it's pretty dark. So we'll get all the old stuff out, push the fluid from the bottom up. Again, we'll suck in the new fluid as well, so that way we don't have. Well, we're going to get a little bit of air, but that's going to push through. So let's get to doing it. I'm not really showing, like, if you've been following this whole video, I'm just kind of showing what I'm going to do. I'm not showing how to do it, because it should be pretty common sense. But yeah, otherwise it was just doing those, whatever, just like filming it and stuff like that. I mean, doing stuff. I mean, this is going to be like a 4-hour video. You don't want that. So let's get to doing this. Alright, guys, this completely sucks. The rear master cylinder needs to be replaced. I've tried everything. There's no air in it, and it's just not creating any pressure. So that rear master cylinder is gone. And then check this out, both sides. And I was super careful using PB Blaster and slowly loosening it, cracking it loose. I should have taken these out when I was rebuilding these. I don't know why. God, both sides broken off. Perfect. Well, guys, this ain't coming out. So I got PB Blaster, got MAP gas, heated that guy up, hit it with PB Blaster, heated it up again, hit it like 3 times, and yeah, this extractor is gonna snap. I know it. It's not coming out. Alright, guys, so yesterday I really didn't record anything. I was kind of struggling with the fuel lines that actually go to the petcock and to the underneath the tank. They just kept slipping off. What I had were 5/16, so I put what I believe it's a little bit smaller, but the hose doesn't have any markings on it. I believe is a 7mm, could even be 1/4 inch. Kind of doesn't look like it, but maybe. But anyway, so now they're snug and tight under there, and I mounted it and all that, and I literally just got the tank bolted on there. It was already dark last night, so I think that's good. I just have to go and inspect and make sure everything's good, nothing slipped off or anything, and then I can put gas in it and then kind of let it sit and make sure nothing's leaking. I replaced all the fuel injection clamps with the regular I forgot what they call these kind of hose clamp. I know it's a hose clamp, but it's kind of a normal one. Just to make sure that nothing's leaking anywhere, because it's a pain. You know, once I get all the plastics on and all that stuff, then I got to remove the tank and etc. etc. So also to the and I can't remember if I mentioned it. I removed the carbs again, and the float bowl, and I put all factory OEM Mikuni pilots on there, standard size. I believe it's called the 15. I'm not sure if that's the actual size, but they call it a 15 anyways, and it seems to run a little bit better, so that's good. And I got it down to like 1300 RPM. Carbs are all balanced and everything now, so that's why I moved on to the tank, and then I can get that back on there because I don't need to be underneath there anymore. So really the next thing to do is I need to remove the front fairing. Again, it's just being held by a couple little bolts or nuts, or I can't remember which one it was, but I gotta fix the signal. So for the turn signals, that light didn't go on. I gotta verify that bulb is good inside there. I gotta do that now before I start bolting all this stuff in and then putting the front signal lights on, because once they go on, you know, that's a pain. Then you got to take these off just to get the fairing off. But yeah, got to work on that today. It's a scorcher today. It's going to be probably 100 degrees out, so I kind of want to get started on that. At least get that instrument cluster off so I can test that bulb and replace it if necessary, or if the bulb is good, then kind of trace back using the wiring diagram on why it's not getting power once I do the turn signal. So there you go. But yeah, it's starting to look like almost a complete bike now. But yeah, I can't wait to get now that with the tanks on, I can actually get the rear plastics on, which should be good. And I got a couple things coming in this week. Some of the small plastics that actually go here in between the side fairing and the frame, and the covers over there for the side mirrors or whatever. Same with I have the left side that has the compartment, and then I got this one side coming in as well. So yeah, it's looking good. Coming off of the turn signal socket, it's like it's flashing 5.5. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure where that's connecting to. I can look on a wire diagram. But anyway, so what I did is I kind of jumped that black wire, and then I just grounded it to the frame, and so it's getting actually 12 volts now to that. So that's good to go. I'm wondering if I should throw the LED. It might be brighter. I'm gonna check that out. There you go, guys, with the ground fixed. I put the LED back in there, and it's definitely a lot brighter. So yeah, it's a ground issue. So I jumped the ground on the back of the bulb socket and just kind of ran it to the frame. So yeah, okay. I solved. Always electrical gremlins. Okay, just so you kind of see the symptoms going on here. So see, all the lights are working, the bulbs are all good. So what I did is I put the basically OEM ones back in, or stock ones, non-LED, and then this is the turn signal. So you can see it's not getting enough voltage, and
it's like both sides of the wire, which is a black and a light blue one, are working with the flasher. So that flasher, it doesn't look OEM, at least I'm not sure, but it might be because of all the hacked stuff and putting LED lighting and stuff like that back there. Yeah, I'm just not 100% on how that works, but yeah, you can see. I'm just wondering what is the symptoms on that, or what would cause that. I thought that removing all the LEDs and just putting back how it's supposed to be would make it work correctly, but obviously it's not. Yeah, might be able to kind of see it at night, I guess, but I need it because I want to make sure that I don't leave this thing on. Yeah, probably at night, and I don't even plan on riding at night anyways, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to see that. Barely can see that. Anyways, where should I start? Time to deal with this brakes and the bleeder. So just to show you what I'm doing here, I drilled this out. There's the bit, kind of marked as deep as I want to go. That's the fitting I need to put in. So, and then we'll go ahead and tap it with this guy. Alright guys, we got it. So initially I had the wrong drill bit, and I had to look it up to see what this man, I already forgot what it was, M5 I think. Anyways, drill bit's an 1132. That's the proper one. I had something that was a little bit smaller, then it started like I couldn't get the tap in, and so went to Home Depot and picked this up. And then a 1/4 that was broken in my set. So here we go. It's all blown out. I try to clear this out as much as I could as I was drilling. It's kind of hard to see, I guess, the threads. Can you focus, please? There you go. So it came out pretty good. And what I did is that then I kind of used a little tiny nail and just picked out what I could to make sure that it was as clean as it can be, and then I just blew air from this where the banjo goes, and you can see it kind of blowing out here, so that's good. Just want to get as much as I can, because I know probably it's a little bit dropped in there, but I'm not going to pull the pistons out and all that stuff. I'm probably going to ruin the pistons, ruin the seals and all that stuff, so just going to have to do. But yeah, this guy now screws in there nice, like really good. There you go, see, there you go. So and then I'm using a 7/16, which is I'm going to tighten this guy down with. So it calls for using Loctite on there. That kind of seals the threads and all that stuff. Well, I'm going a step further. I'm using JV weld. It's never going to come off. We got to drill this bad boy back off. We'll replace it for the whatever. So this should be permanent. That piece not going to come out ever. And then there's our bleeder. So yeah, I'm going to put anti-seize on these threads so they don't seize up again. But didn't come out too bad. I had to put it in the vise, so I did kind of crunch here. You can kind of see here, but from a distance can't really, I guess, at certain angles. Kind of squish the clear coat, but you know, just stay 5 feet away from my bike and look at it. Don't get that close. Anyways, so we'll go ahead and get these epoxied on there, and then we'll put these back on get the banjo bolt, get it all installed and everything, and then we'll do the whole bleeding procedure on these fronts, and hopefully they hold. But we'll let that the epoxy dry for probably a day or two, and to make sure that's fully cured before I go putting brake fluid on it, or you know, not on it but against it or whatever. So let's continue going, guys. There it is. Got the JV weld all on there. Came out pretty good. Got the bleeders just loosely fitted in there, just so no shit goes inside of there.
Again, like I said, we'll let this cure out for a day or two. I think at least we can put it back on the bike tomorrow, and then probably Saturday we'll start putting brake fluid and start bleeding it out. As you can see, it's nighttime. I gotta work tomorrow, so time to close shop. All right, guys, got the factory RF, specifically the right peg bracket, whatever it's called for the passenger. The other one in the previous clip was bolted here. It was up high. That meant that this the whole rear plastics couldn't meet this peg hole here, so that should be good to go. Got this off eBay, painted it the roll bar the matte black, and yeah, compared to the other side, I mean, the other side obviously is up here, but you know, I don't even know if anybody's even gonna, my wife's even gonna get on the back of this bike. She's scared of anything and everything as far as speed. So anyways, that's done. Waiting on this the factory relay. You can see this was wired up with a ground. Don't know why, because I'm not really well versed in how LEDs used to be set up. I know they needed to have some weird setup to get it to work, but we're gonna get rid of that and put it back to factory. You can see it's jumped here, and these are actually the factory. See, it's 2 wires for the factory relay. We'll see if that fixes it, because right now I got, like, using the signal, the turn signals are acting like hazards. So I don't know if that's related or something in my wiring here somewhere that I did, but we'll resolve that. And next is to actually get those front calipers back on there and start the brake bleeding procedure. And then we have front brakes. We got rear brakes. Feels good. And yeah, we're marching along. I don't know, maybe I can get a test ride out this weekend, but I don't know, because I can't put the rear plastics on until I sort this wiring out. It's going to cover here, and I'm not sure I'm going to have enough space to mess around here, because I want to clean all this up. Yeah, but yeah, that's kind of it. So let's get going. All right, guys, calipers are mounted. 0 leaks. Did the brakes bleeding, so I pushed fluid in through here back up to the reservoir on both sides. You can see here on both sides. I double crush washered this one because it seemed like one at the lower was actually sinking in, and I wasn't sure if it was sealing very well, but obviously it's sealing pretty good. And then came up here, bled it up here, and look at this, we got brakes. Doesn't really release that good to get that. You can hear the brake switch. I guess if I pull it and let it go quickly, it'll work. But anyways, we got brakes. That's what's important, and we're all filled up in the reservoir. All right, we're again moving along. So honestly, it's I'm kind of at a waiting game now with I don't know what else I can do. I really can't do anything else, because I got to wait for that relay, and I got to reinstall this, because I can't put this on because I got to mess with the that light before I start mounting everything back up here. The light for the instrument cluster, just so I know that the turn signals are on. Yeah, I think I'll just fire it up and, you know, get a little motivated, hear it run. Alright guys, just some dry fitting going on here, just to see what this kind of looks like. Alright guys, off to the side plastics. Had to build these two tabs here. They're broken off, so I built these, got the I forgot what you call these things. Anyways, for the screws, they're installed. Spritzed it just a little bit because I kind of hit that with my Dremel. So yeah, so we got all the tabs here. This holds these three anyways. 1, 2, 3 hold the plastic piece that goes here, and then this is where I had to like build up. This was all missing, all this whole corner, and then there's like two tabs that fit inside here, but it's not, obviously can't do that with Bondo. It's just gonna snap. So anyways, it just kind of shaved it down so the tab actually fits inside there. And then I got this guy, little piece there, so that'll get put there on both sides to connect them. So yeah, the last thing I gotta do is I gotta build that tab right there, and then this, pretty much all the repairs, those plastic repairs should be done now. Gosh, look at the back side of this thing. Big old hole here. It's cracked here, and you can see. Look at that. Yep. Again, probably should have bought a used good one off of eBay, but you know, I really want to try to use everything that it came with, broken or not. I just anyways, just also I learn things. It's okay, we got to get to building this one now. Alright guys, on the side, this one's all done now. I made the little grommet holder there. It doesn't need to be really pretty, but I did hit it up with some KTM orange paint, and you can see the staples all on there. So that should hold the grommet and keep it secure against the bike frame. So yeah, these are all done, and we'll just let this dry. Again, I'm waiting for the relay for the blinker to come in before I can actually start. I really want to take this for a ride, but I want it to be safe, but also want to get the plastics on so I can get them off from being hanging all over my freaking backyard everywhere. But yeah, here it is. All right guys, so I just received this little guy here. So 2-prong. This is the signal relay. So this is the hopefully that's going to fix my signal blinkers with the actual turn light not working correctly, and also when you use the signal, it actually looks like hazards. It just blinks both, and that's because the previous owner put under here. I got to remove the seat to get to it, both seats, to get to the relay area, and he had put like some grounded relay on there to whatever, to in his hacked wiring to get all this stuff to work. So it didn't work for me. I'm not really sure what he had back there, but there was a bunch of spaghetti wires right back to that I removed. Get this right back to stock. So I'm going to install this guy, and hopefully it's going to solve it, because that's kind of what's holding me up on actually buttoning up all my plastics and stuff like that, and getting that front fairing back on there, because I still got to get to the, you know, troubleshoot any kind of wiring that it might be if this doesn't work. So anyways, we were delayed 2 weeks. First seller on eBay sent me a completely different relay that had 4 prongs. I don't know what bike it went to, but had returned that and then bought this one. It was twice as expensive, and then of course it was in Florida and I live in California, so that took forever. And then post office ended up screwing up the shipping, and it got to the San Diego, then got to my city, and then my city back to San Diego, and of course that added another 3-4 days. So anyways, we finally got this. We're gonna remove that seat, plug it in, and hopefully this all works correctly. So you can kind of see this is the whatever aftermarket relay setup. See, it's got 3 prongs. One of them is grounded, and then the other 2 go here. So stock is 2 prong. So we're going to disconnect that, plug this guy in, and see what happens. Sorry, I got to keep cutting in and out because I don't have a stand. Alright, crossing fingers here, it's all plugged in. The other one's disconnected. I'm gonna have to remove this plastics to get it all mounted correctly and set over there, and then I'm gonna fix the wires over here, get it all nice if this works correctly. So there you go, you're seeing it here. Ignition's on, so please work. Nothing. Let's see what's going on in the back here. Nothing. Damn it. What is going on here? Nothing. God, I hope that has nothing to do with that. It was on the ignition side, on the switch right here. Let's see here if I can pull it out here. Yeah, okay, so that's good. At least I can get to it without removing the wires. So I'm not sure if I put this in one of the other video clips that I did, but so two of them go to the actual ignition, so we can start it up, and the other two, I gotta look at what they were, but they were jumped. And I can tell you that the Chinese switch that I got here, there's the two wires that come out of it, which are here. They didn't do anything with the ignition switch, so I have a feeling that needs to be jumped again. At least if that works, then we know that. Well, I just didn't have money to buy the OEM switch because it came with a switch, cap, and also another lock somewhere. I can't remember, but anyways, that sucks. So I now have a feeling it's going to be here somewhere, but we'll test that in a second. Alright guys, need some help here, electrical help. So this is a stock relay. It's only a 2-prong, and this is what I'm getting. Both of them lighting up. Now it doesn't matter from left or right. Well, actually I have this disconnected. I actually went directly to here, which is the light blue. So light blue black is either the left or right, and then the light blue green, when I jump those, they both turn on. This worked before. I don't know if I screwed something up when I was trying to mess with this light, but yeah, it's doing nothing. But if I hook it back up to the way it was hacked before, it does flash. These are actually brighter, but they both go on. It's not like left or right. Doesn't matter what I do, left or right, it will always do both. I don't know what happened. I'm not sure if the CDI controls this or something else. I'm just, by looking at the wiring diagram, I'm just not. So I need a little bit of assistance. It is hooked up to the non-stock relay. I mean, that flasher works, but look at this. It's brighter. And see if you turn it off on the right, left. Look at this. Wait a minute, left. Yeah. See? I'm totally confused here. Alright guys, check this out. So going back to what I did before, so I removed the bulb from here. This is actually the indicator for the turn on here. And now check this out. Left, right. Okay, this is so weird, this wiring. I just don't get it, but I'm gonna try to put the stock one back and see what happens. Sorry for all the videos, guys, but this is so weird. So when I put the bulb back in, look at this. So left, right. Okay, let's pull this bulb out. I can do that. There you go. Pulled it out. Now look at this. Left, but no flash, and that's really dim. Can't have that. Right, and that's the stock relay. it's, yeah, it's like not doing anything. Is this bad? This relay that I bought? Okay, some more findings going on here. So that's right. And if I touch the right on the light, look at that. Okay, touch the left, nothing. So if I put it left turn signal, touch the left, look at that. It's lighting up. And the right, nothing. So does that take some kind of a special bulb? Because no, it's kind of reversing. So why wouldn't it work? On the bulb itself. It should work. But I think once you connect that light bulb over here that I have, it connects them together, which is why these both light up. So guys, temporarily just trying this LED flasher, and look at that, it doesn't flash at all. Right, left, and if I do put the bulb in here, those just both. See here, put the bulb in. Well, let me just put that bulb in there. Look at that, they both light up. I don't know what this is, what's going on here. See that? Bulbs in. LED relay. No go, guys. Guys, so bought these the grab bars for the passenger, and one was like just had, I don't know what it was, but this was all falling apart inside. And so I kind of cleaned it out as best as I could, pulled like whatever was loose out there. Now I'm just filling it in with shoe goo. We're going to see how this works. I never used this stuff before. So we got to shape it to this shape right here, over there. So we're going to fill in all this, and then we'll sand it, I guess. Use sandpaper or Dremel, whatever it takes to get this shape. And then we'll spray it with some that back to black type vinyl spray. Pretty much what I've been using on all my black plastics that I didn't paint themselves. So we'll get this as best as we can. What's important is that they're actually on there. The metal is good inside. It's just this rubber just fell apart. I'm not sure why. This is one that came with it. Is actually in pretty good shape. So I'm not sure what happened on this side, but we'll see if I can rebuild it. If not, then we'll have to get the right side grab handle from somewhere, but I'm trying not to do that. I like to save parts, so plus I learn things and trying to fix stuff I've never done before. So there you go. We'll do this slowly. It kind of sort of, see, it's already kind of dry already, so we'll let it kind of set a little bit, and then we'll just keep building it. Probably use the blue tape to kind of give it some shape, fill it in, and then just try to get as close to this. Let's continue. Alright guys, another test. LED. About the exact one. See if you can get the writing on there. Really hard to, not sure what's going on. Why I can see it, but anyway, it's the exact same one. And it's hooked up. I might have to switch that. But let's see what happens. Nothing. Okay, it's adjustable. Sorry. Let's see if that does anything. Absolutely nothing. Oh well, that was a $7 try. Let me try to reverse the polarity on that relay and then we'll try again. Nope, there's nothing. Same thing. Just makes it dim. So yeah, I don't know how this works. Like I said, I'm just gonna put a relay for both the left and the right. That way, and then this, we'll just wire it into this, disconnect the stock wires to this holder, and then I know that'll work. So, yep, no go. All right, guys, here's my kind of a bit janky hack. So I had to disconnect both wires from the actual bulb here, and then you can see one's here and then one's here. I just got to put a little bit of something to cover that, but because that actually will send voltage. And the light here goes to both reds on the relay. Blue and white are put together, and that goes to the actual switch. So the switch is actually the 12-volt light source coming from the signal lights, whatever, left and right, and then black to ground, which I jumped off here and then connected it directly to the light bulb, so it's all grounded there. Yeah, so here you go. Left, off, right. So yeah, I knew I could make it work with two relays. I just don't know how this is working, and trying to use a well, it's over there somewhere, but trying to use a LED type relay, and it didn't work. So anyways, this works, and it's just by adding two relays. There's relays and the wiring and the socket. Actually, I don't know, was it $10 or something like that on Amazon? So we'll clean this all up, get it all nicely. I have these that has the shrink tubing on them, and then the light heat solder. So we'll get that all nicely so it doesn't pull apart or whatever like that. And then we'll get it all up in here somewhere, zip tie it to all the other wires. But yeah, so this works. This is what I'm gonna do. And so anyways, like I said, bit janky, but this works. Yeah, because I really need that to work, because I need to know this bike is just too loud to to hear the clicking and stuff like that from the relay. So we got like two relays going on at the same time now for left, and then two on the right. So I don't know, there you go. All right, guys, wiring all set up. Found a couple places to mount the relays. So here, just on the back of the bolt here that goes to the instrument cluster, that mounts the instrument cluster here, and then that's the center one there. So it's nice and stable, good to go. This is all wired up. Just put a couple of connectors on here and heat it up. This is all shrink wrap. That way these don't touch anything. That's that ground, goes to ground. And headlight, marked all the signal switches so they're easy to hook up once I get the fairing back on. And yeah, check it out. On the driving lights turn on, right, good signal. Left, here we got our turn indicator, so that's exactly what I wanted. So we're good to go. All right, guys, wiring all set up. Found a couple places to mount the relays. So here, just on the back of the bolt here that goes to the instrument cluster, that mounts the instrument cluster here, and then that's the center one there. So it's nice and stable, good to go. This is all wired up. Just put a couple of connectors on here and heat it up. This is all shrink wrap. That way these don't touch anything. That's that ground, goes to ground. And headlight, marked all the signal switches so they're easy to hook up once I get the fairing back on. And yeah, check it out.
on. The driving lights turn on, right? Good signal. Left. Here we got our turn indicator, so that's exactly what I wanted. So we're good to go. Alright guys, front fairings on, headlight works, all the signals work. Got the mirrors on. Yeah, these are Chinese, but you know, it is what it is. I didn't want to use the OEM ones because all the glass was all jacked up. You couldn't really see back, but yeah, I would rather them kind of sit flush, like flat or parallel, but whatever. So it's all mounted inside. Just gotta put the covers here. I'm leaving these off because when I get it inspected, plus I got to install the lights, signal lights here. When I get it inspected, they need to see the VIN on the frame. Plus I still got to do, I bought a whole new clutch disc kit. I'm gonna replace it. It might just be how I installed it, because the disc actually looked pretty good, but you know, just go new, and then I don't have to worry about it for a while. Or depending on how I ride this, or how much I ride this, I may never have to replace that again. But yeah, there she goes. Everything's good. Love it. We're getting there. Alright, front signal lights installed and verified they're working. Kind of button up the wires there. Yeah, I'm really liking these things. Alright guys, about to put the clutch fiber discs and plates in, and these are all Caltric, you can see here, and the springs all work 49.5. So clutch free length is 47.5. So these are the OEMs, or whatever was in it, 47.5. This one's just a little bit bigger. These all match. This one's a little bit taller, so, but these are all the same. I'm just wondering if it's okay to put, it's 47, so it'd be like 2 millimeters taller, but they match. And then I got to looking at the discs. Like I said, when I pull those off, they don't look bad, and I'm going to measure this. But what I did notice, see, all these are all nice. All these are nice and smooth, but look at this one. It's really grooved. It's the one that sits on this inner one, and you can feel it. It's got scratches in it. Yeah. So the issue is that when I took this, the cover off, well, this should free spin with the clutch discs in there. It wasn't. Literally wasn't moving. So something is like grabbing somewhere around here. I'm going to go ahead and soak these guys up and put them in, and then see if this free spins, because it wasn't with this setup, and that's why it was never releasing. So let's get to doing that. I mean, everything else looks good. The teeth, everything looks smooth. I don't feel any grooves. You know, a little bit, just a little bit. And we'll verify with the actual discs moving freely in and out. Everything here, it looks good. I don't know why they didn't take this washer and actually bend it over the nut. We'll do that before we close it up. And I might even remove this just to kind of like, well, I don't know, everything looks fine and it's pretty tight. Yeah, let's get to soaking these guys up. I'm going to measure them first, though, actually. What's the difference? And the plates, here's all the specs.
So the thickness should be 212 to 228 is standard, and the service limit is actually 1.82. So if it's lower than 1.82, then they're bad. And I definitely want to still measure the new ones just to kind of see the difference there. You guys measured all these. These are about 2.3 millimeters, all within spec. Actually, pretty good. I mean, 2.28 is like the max. But these are like 2.5. Well, this one, I'm assuming the rest are the same. So basically, everything's like thicker and not within that spec. Same with the springs are taller. Also not within. So all those are within spec. Like really, the only thing that I see, I inspected both sides of all these friction discs, and they were, I mean, fine. I don't see nothing wrong there. I need to investigate more because, yeah, something must have been in the oil, because look at that's pretty scratched up. All right, just so we make sure put it back correctly. Got a nut. You got the washer that actually bends over the nut, or lock washer, whatever. We have a washer and another washer, so a thick. It looks like this one's thinner. So, okay, let's get that out and let's pull this in around. All right, guys, looking at all this, everything here looks pretty good. This does not look so good. So this is the ring that goes against here. And you can see here the grooves. So I'm not sure if that's still usable. I mean, you guys tell me. Also don't want to forget this on the cover, clutch cover, the washer that's below there, so just documented it. Alright guys, got the new clutch fiber discs. They're soaking now in the motor oil. Yeah, the clutch safe oil, motorcycle oil. So we'll let that soak, and then we'll start reassembly. I'm making sure I'm doing this right. So there is one of the driven plates is actually thinner, which is this one right here, number 2, which goes right after the spacer, which I did. I put the spacer in, and I have the thinner driven plate put in, and I actually just, well, shoot, guess it doesn't really matter because it's going to spin, but I'm trying to put all the notches, which are like these things here, if I can point it out there, all in the same notch. Yeah, I think I need a mark down here than here because this moves. So we'll do that. They're all, I think that's soaked up pretty good enough. And I'm just going to use the whole Caltric kit. I mean, it looks pretty complete, yeah. But this is the right part number that it was calling for, even though it's a little bit taller. And also the friction, the disc material part is actually a little bit thicker versus those, which are the OEMs that are coming out. I think they're OEMs. They sure look like it. So we'll go ahead and start stacking those in. So looks like there was a release bearing was missing. So that's probably why this thing would never release. Anyways, so I got that on order. Obviously, I'm gonna have to, once I get all the discs inside here, I'm just gonna just put a bag over this, something like that, cover it up until I get that in, and then install it. And then we'll have to reseal this clutch cover. And yeah, of course, delayed, but at least I know now it's got a new clutch in there. Let's continue. All the discs are in, all oiled up. I got to get this nut back on here. Again, we're waiting for the bearing that goes in there. And yeah, I just got the springs in there, just soaking. Not that I need to, but they are, because I have a bunch of oil. It's good oil too. But yeah, let's get this back on, and then we'll just put a piece of plastic over this and wait for the release bearing to come in. All right, guys. Lock washers is let me see, let me show you here. There you go. So punch down so this nut won't move, and the center basket turns freely, so that's good. All right, so now we're just waiting for parts, then we can button that back up. So let's get this covered so no dust or whatever like that gets inside there. So guys, here you go, super quick here, just want to show what I'm doing here. So I bought these from eBay. This one had like some kind of black RTV. I mean, it was really bad. It was all over here. And then by removing it, all this area here, it just pretty much fell apart. And the foam that's inside too just kind of crumbled away. So I had to rebuild this part. So I used this shoe goo to just keep building it up, let it dry, build it up, build it dry, etc., etc. And then once it got to a point where it was actually pretty dry, actually took a few days to build this up like I did here. I remember seeing a video of some guy, I don't know, doing some car resto stuff, bodywork, whatever like that, with this tool. I said, hey, what a cool tool to have. So added another tool to my other tools, and I use this to shape it. Obviously didn't look like this, and then use this as a guide to kind of give me the, you know, where the shape where I need it to do. And look at that, came out pretty good. I mean, this stuff, this shoe goo stuff, is pretty solid. And yeah, I just need to reshape the hole here. And I know there's caps I had bought, like, I don't know, a couple months ago, just foreseen the very end pieces that I needed to get. Anyway, so gotta reshape that to be like that, and we'll, you know, use finer sandpaper to kind of give it more of a smoother appearance. And then I'm gonna hit it up with that black Restore paint that I've been using on all my plastics, or most of them. And then I know it's not going to be absolutely perfect, but at least this is a usable piece now. So, well, there you go. We'll go ahead and finish that off when time permits. Alright guys, receive the release bearing. It's right there. And we're going to get this pressure plate on here. So, specs, 8 to 9.5 foot-pounds. So I already set my my torque wrench to 9 foot-pounds. I'm just going to go in between that. So we have this. We'll put the bearing on after that, and then the washer. So that's kind of what's right here on the diagram, as you can see right there. So 21 being the bearing, 22 being the washer. So the washer is going to actually be against the pressure plate. So that bearing was totally missing. So we'll go ahead and get that done. We'll put this together, put this on, then get the clutch springs installed, and then torque down to 9 foot-pounds. Right there. So we're all prepared. Everything's all clean. Both surfaces, actually the cover. I'm going to use a black RTV like I did before to seal it up. I'm going to put a really light coat on both sides of the gasket. So basically it's going to seal this side as well as the cover. And then we'll let that dry for one day. It's kind of what I do, or overnight. Let's do it. Guys, receive the release bearing. It's right there. And we're going to get this pressure plate on here. So specs, 8 to 9.5 foot-pounds. So I already set my my torque wrench to 9 foot-pounds. I'm just going to go in between that. So we have this. We'll put the bearing on after that, and then the washer. So that's kind of what's right here on the diagram, as you can see right there. So 21 being the bearing, 22 being the washer. So the washer is going to actually be against the pressure plate. So that bearing was totally missing. So we'll go ahead and get that done. We'll put this together,
put this on, then get the clutch springs installed, and then torque down to 9 foot-pounds. Right there, so we're all prepared. Everything's all clean. Both surfaces, actually the cover. I'm going to use a black RTV like I did before to seal it up. Let that dry for one day. It's kind of what I do, or overnight. Let's do it. Guys, there you go. Gasket has the RTV on both sides of it, and then we're gonna go and slip it on there. Get those bolts on there and snug. Guys, there you go. Gasket has the RTV on both sides of it, and then we're gonna go and slip it on there. Get those bolts on there and snug. Clutch covers all on there, and right now I'm just I'm spraying the cable up here. I got the clutch cable here, and I'm just kind of spraying this stuff down there. Just want to see it come out the bottom. We'll just let it sit overnight. Just not sure how much is getting in there, but I guess anything is better than nothing. All right, guys, we got a working clutch now. Just gotta tighten that down. We got 0 leaks as far as I can tell. We have just one small leak here on this cover, so we'll just remove that, reseal it, and we have the only thing I gotta put on plastics. I gotta get this installed. Gotta leave, well, this is coming in the mail anyways. The cover here, this side has to be left off because I need, when I get it inspected, to be able to get to the to see the VIN there, and also the engine number back here. And then I did some restoring on the grab handles. I just need to get longer bolts here, and then we can put those on. And what's next here? Oh, and then I gotta put the washer here, which was missing for the rear axle. And once I get it off of this stand, then I can measure. I measured before I put it on the whatever jack stand or whatever it's called. I measured the slack, and it was about about 1 3/4 inches. So spec would be 400 millimeters, about 100 1.5 inches. But there's no weight on the bike. I obviously can't sit on it. I'm wondering if I'll maybe just get my son to sit on it and then remeasure it. I might not need to tighten it up a little bit, but yeah. So I went kind of through the gears on the stand, and they seem to be there, but we'll know when we test ride it. But I think that's all. Then air up those tires, or check the air on the tires, and then we can do a test ride. And if everything's good to go, I think all the safety's good, we'll head to the DMV and get this thing, at least the registration process, started. Not 100% sure of exactly what I need, because this is a tow yard purchase. I think it comes with like lien sale papers, but this is an out of state. So anyways, we'll get that all sorted out. And well, we're right there. We're almost there. So there's the repaired grab handle. I mean, not perfect, but definitely usable. Definitely looks better than it did when it came from eBay anyways. Yeah, at least it's shaped. I mean, I probably could do it better. It's just that you can see some of the air holes or whatever. That's hard to get rid of because I'm just layering the shoe goo on there. But it's got shape, and it actually kind of dry fitted it, and it looks decent. So just stand back a few feet, can't even tell. There you go. Grab bars are installed. Got the little caps on there, and yeah.
not perfect, you can see it, but you know, it's functional, and at least it's not all jacked up over here like how I got it. Got the cap on there too as well. I probably could have done this a little bit better. Maybe I will. I'll take it off and then I'll kind of fill in some of these holes. But you know, right now I just needed something to grab onto when I'm taking this on and off the stand. So there you go. All right, guys, successful ride. About 30 minutes around my neighborhood. Lefts, rights, stopping, taking off in first, shifting to first, second, third. Can't really get to fourth because I'm in a neighborhood. But yeah, she rode absolutely flawless, guys. Like, didn't get hot, nothing. I think we're good to go. Alright guys, well, there's before and after. So that's the right side. I finally got the fairing back on there because I had to have it off for the inspection. Really the only thing lacking is that plastic piece, which is actually coming in the mail. Should be here this week. It's come from overseas. And then also to have to replace these guys. They're aftermarket, slippery, and I don't like it. So the ones I purchased there from Amazon are right there. Has rubber on it, so we're good to go there. So yeah, we got both sides fairings on there. Kind of hard to take a video here because I just get too much crap back here. But there she is. She's, I'd say, 99% complete. And a runner, actually. So there you go. And there. Alright guys, next thing to add to my bike is this dash cam front and rear cameras. And there's the memory card. And there you go, there's the main unit. And then all the cables and cameras. So from what I read, this has a USB for power, just for testing to make sure that all the cameras work and all that stuff, that it functions before we actually start installing it. So we get to doing that and see how this is. So here it is. Looks like a really good kit. So here's the cameras and GPS, the controller that goes on the handlebar, and the TPMS. Well, yeah, whatever. Put that on your valve stems. We have, that's for all the power, and like a bunch of stuff in here, and then we got the USB cable. So we'll get this plugged into the harness, and it just follow all the plugs here. Looks like they're all color coded, and then we'll test these cameras out, make sure it functions, and then we'll hook it up to the, as far as for power, a little battery backup thing here. Yeah, it's pretty good. So let's get to doing that. So actually it was pretty super simple to set up here for the testing, bench testing. So in the instructions, you just download that your app. So just plugged everything in, and the cameras are actually, it's they're actually the same. So there's no front and rear. It's just that when you plug them in and run the cabling, just make sure you get on the right cable. But yeah, that's self-explanatory. And then plugged it into my battery here, and automatically this says like start recording, makes a beep noise, and then it says start recording. And then this takes, I don't know, a few seconds, probably like, well, 15 seconds to boot up. And there you go. There's a display. I got to figure out all this stuff here. Obviously the TPMS isn't connected, and it's on Celsius, which I want to change.
and it so yeah, you actually, first, to get it on the phone, you have to put your Wi-Fi onto the Visto, I call it SID, but it's the ID for the wireless. So that connects your phone to that, and password is like 12345678990. First time it said incorrect, and then I just hit it again, and then it connected. So yeah, that's all there as far as the default SID name and password. And yeah, and then it just automatically just connected. So pretty easy. It's actually, I'm surprised how easy this thing was to actually do. So let's start, well, disconnect all this, and then we'll start installing it on the bike. So looking at this to replace this, yeah, it's totally aftermarket. Look at that. It didn't even have the clip in here, and it's actually so long, but it looks like it's the same length with what came with the kit. But as long as we can get a clip in here, then we're good. But I don't know why people are saying this is so difficult. I mean, to get the spring. I mean, it looks pretty easy to me. Let's see what happens. So yeah, that wasn't so bad. The only thing is just this spring needs to line up with this, and I just use just this rubber just so it doesn't slip, and I just push down until I was able to push this pin in, and then just kind of wiggle this around to kind of get it lined up on the other side, and just it popped right in, and then it just threw the clip in there, and there you go. All right, now we got to test that out and see how this works. Let's do the other side. All right, guys, there you go, both on there. Now I got something to actually grip to both sides. Yeah, I'm not sure what the whole hype about it's so difficult to do. I mean, the only thing I could think of is a spring, but all I could do is push it in, you know. But yeah, so now we can test ride this again and see if that grips better, which I'm sure it does. Well, there she goes, guys. Last piece to the puzzle. Finally got it in from overseas, and yeah, oh man, there you go, looking good, nice. Well, guys, just getting giddy here. Now I'm riding. I finally got a full complete bike. Guys, just another toy I installed here on my RF. Got a quad lock, so the mount is actually onto the clutch perch, I guess you call it. But anyways, yeah, so these bolts are, I don't know, maybe about ½ an inch longer than the OEM ones. So I actually had to put a lock washer and a regular washer behind the bolt, just so then it can actually tighten down. So anyways, there you go. Unlock this way and just twist on. Pretty cool, yet expensive mount. But I also paid for the shock absorber as well. I guess that'll help with the vibration of the phone, but I don't know. Anyways, just a toy. Actually, it's gonna be pretty important for when I go on rides and navigation and stuff like that. And I'm also getting a Bluetooth headphone by Sena, so I can actually answer calls and stuff like that. So there you go. Alright, guys, new addition here. So this is hooked up to the battery and has a ACC. It's hooked to the ACC, so this will only turn on when the ignition's on. Here, I'll go ahead and demonstrate that. There you go. So it's on, off. So that's, I was hoping this was on all the time, but it has an on-off button. This is for the, I'll show you here. So this is for the USB, which I'm going to run this cable and just have it, I'm going to zip tie it around here somewhere to where it can actually get to it and plug it into my phone. So I might have to put
This guy, I mean, there's a cable that actually is a long one that can probably go all the way to the front. Maybe I'll somehow get that up to the front. It's not really what I wanted to do because I want a bunch of crap up there. But anyways, so we'll deal with that one. Go ahead and turn this off. And then we got my in-off K7, I believe K7. So that's my dash cam system. I'm going to go ahead and wire that up too as well. And that also has a, here's the harness for it. So it does have an ACC. So this will go back to here. And then the positive, negative directly to the battery. I might just clip off here and grab it from there. The positive and negative. And then we have to run all the cabling for the cameras. And then there's the GPS. So this model actually has like that protection, so if somebody I don't know, hits the bike or whatever like that, when the vehicle is off, it'll actually start the cameras. I don't know how long, maybe a minute or two, I'm not sure how that works, but just another safety feature, just in case. And I did test it already, hooked everything up to all the connectors here before I'm going to start doing the wiring, because I want to make sure this thing actually works. And then we'll go from there.
So what does this mean? How come it never stays on solid? What I did is I actually just kind of marked these, since they're both black, just to kind of know which camera I'm working with, because it's not installed yet. Why doesn't this thing just stay solid like it did in the beginning? And then when I pushed the button to throw in the protected videos, I did see the videos there, but how does this make sense? According to the instructions, it's supposed to be solid when it's normally recording.
Alright guys, got my in-off K7 installed. So the button 2 is actually all connected, so it's running right now. So the Wi-Fi is up, GPS is good, it's recording right now. And if I want to like emergency, I want to save a video, I just push the button and it'll start flashing slowly. Got my USB charger working good, it's running. And what's nice about this is that with the display, it actually shows, you know, the bike actually charging, which is great. And then I got the USB-C, and then I got my quad lock here for my phone. Can't mount it right now because I'm recording with it. And front camera there, right in the front. And then we got the rear camera right there, just above the plate. And then also DVRs right here, right there. And then I just kind of bundled up all the wires over here, and yeah, this came useful. And you can see this is the like I said in the other video, this is where the ACC, all the power is coming for ACC. But this is actually connected both ACC and to the battery for like protection when the bike is actually off. So yeah, this is it. I'm done. Throw the seat on, everything's working, and get to riding this guy. I mean, jeez, it's just so hot here in Southern California in the afternoon. So I think the plan, I'm going to go ahead and take a ride on Saturday morning. I think that's what I'll do. But yeah, all the toys are all hooked up, so now we're good to go. guys, here we go. I'm on my last part of this video. So 3.5 months of restoring this RF, and it was actually a joy to work on. Learned a lot, from the painting to the repairs on the plastics to the hacked up wiring and etc, etc. But she's ready to go, and just wanted to finish off this video. And sorry I don't make a lot of videos, but well, I got a full-time job. So anyways, there she goes, and we're ready to go for that first long ride. And she seems to be doing pretty good. Got the dash cam installed, just basically all the stuff to make it safe. So yeah, there she goes, and hope you enjoy the video, and leave some comments. I'll answer as much as I can, and subscribe if you can. I mean, it's free, and give those thumbs up if you think you enjoyed the video. Anyways, close it out here, and time to get to riding.